na na. Saturday night, I feel the air is getting hot. Like me, baby, I'll make you mine. You know I'll take you to the top. I'll drive you crazy. Saturday night dance, I like the way you move. Pretty baby, it's party time and not 1 minute we can lose. Be my baby. Da ba da dum dee da dee da da da. Be my baby. Da ba da dum dee da dee da da da. Pretty baby. Saturday night, I feel the air
on Jane Brown, y'all. He's the king of them all, y'all. He's the king of them all, y'all. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Do you like good music? That sweet soul music. Just go with the swing it. Oh yeah, oh yeah. I got to get the feeling. I got to get the feeling. Do you like good music? That sweet soul music. Help me get the feeling. I won't forget the feeling. On this ready, got the feeling. We got the feeling. Oh, I love good music.
Left me sad and lonely. Why did you leave me lonely? 'Cause here's a heart that's only for nobody but you. I'm burning like a flame, dear. I'll never be the same, dear. I'll always place the blame, dear, on nobody but you. You're driving me crazy. What did I do? Oh, what did I do? My tears for you make everything easy, clouding a sky of blue. How true were the friends who were near me to cheer me, believe me, they knew that you were the kind who would hurt me, desert me when I needed you. You're driving me crazy. What did I do to you?
Though happy hours that we once knew. Though long ago, it still made me blue. They say that time heals a broken heart, but time has stood still since we've been apart. I can't stop loving you. I made up my mind to live in memories of the lonesome time. I can't stop wanting you. It's useless to say.
Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Beaufort Races, live here from Didmarton. Welcome to the live stream. Good afternoon of action we've got here. Bitterly cold day, but hopefully it's going to remain dry. The official going today is good to soft in places. We have 3 pony races, starting with a 13-2 and under, and then 2 divisions of the 14-2 and under to start proceedings. We are then going to have the Duke of Beaufort hounds parading, and they're going to be joined, really interestingly, by Gold Cup entry Santini. Trainer Polly Gundry is bringing the horse up to it's a bit of a refresher before the big race at Cheltenham a week on Friday. So ponies actually for our opening pony race are making their way to the parade ring. As I said, we've got 100, I think it's 99 point-to-point entries covering the 6 races starting at 12:30, so a full afternoon of live action. I'm joined in the studio today by Ben King. Ben, welcome first of all to you. A new venue for you and a new sport with the pony racing, but you're going to run through the runners and riders. I'll just read them out officially on the card, and then you can tell us a little bit about pony and jockeys. So our opening race is the Warren Business Park Stars of Tomorrow Stakes. This is race 1. All 9 runners go to post. 1 is Cortland Splendor and India Till. 2 is Lilliband's Captain Scarlet and Grace Williams. 3 is Little Anne and Harry Vigers. 4, Mayday Black Mink and Lone Cruz Mills. 5 is Mayday Surprise and Sophie Vesti. Sophia Vesti, I do apologise. 6, Oh My Days and Levi Williams. 7 is Poppet and Nicole Connors. 8 is Treadalot Little Miss with Finn Murphy. And number 9, completing the lineup, Wee Anthony, ridden by Lucas Murphy. So the 2 brothers going hand in hand against one another in our opening contest. Horse number 9, Wee Anthony. The colours on that jockey will be wearing red with white custom diamonds and red and white spots with a white and light blue green spots on the cap. Ben, our opening contest then, competitive as ever. Good to see both Timmy Murphy's sons riding against one another here.
No, it's great to see. It's a really competitive fair. Just seeing shot there, well, it just disappeared from shot. That was number 1, Cortland Splendor and Indian Till. That horse and rider both having their first ride here today at the races. They'll be looking forward to having a good run around. And we just see coming into shot there, that's number 7, that is Poppet and Nicole Connors. Poppet being in good form this season. They were 5th at Cockleborough on the 23rd of January. That race was actually won by Lucas Murphy and Wee Anthony. But no, it's such a great initiative this. Pony racing brought into the Great Britain in 2004. and more than 185 now children that rode pony racing are now licensed jockeys, and I believe 2 of those are your sons, Archie and Thomas.
You're right, actually. I mean, it was a great initiative. They weren't the first ones. I think I'm going to go back for the 2 years previous. I think Sam Tristan Davis was the first sort of big name jockey to be riding here. We're sort of catching up with the Irish with the pony racing, but it's big business here now. The Pony Racing Authority do a great job. We have various sort of introductory days at racecourses through the Pony Club to start proceedings, and then they move on to the point-to-point racing, and then we have the Charles Owen series on the actual racecourses, always ending up with a big final in October, which in previous years has been run either at Cheltenham or at Ascot. And it's good. It's a great initiative, and of course these young jockeys, if they go on to work in a yard and actually get rides under rules, they're sort of 80% of the way there with the routine and how everything works, and it's made a huge difference. Really has. And listen, this is no fun. This is competitive racing as well.
Oh, well, what a competitive first race we've got. This 13-2 race is going to be run over the 8 furlongs. These races can range from 5 to 8 furlongs, so this is one of the longer races today here at Didmarton. You can just see horses and jockeys just in the paddock. Looks like they're just about to start mounting, just taking off their jackets. This is a bitterly cold day here, as you mentioned, Robert, earlier. And just see, just at the back of the shot there, that's number 6. That's Oh My Days and Levi Williams. Levi, 11 years old. And he's had some good runs this season. He was 7th at East Cornwall last week there. Just the red and the blue star white cap for him. He'll be looking for a good run. And then just at the top of the shot there, that's number 1, Cortland Splendor and Indian Till, horse and jockey having their first ride and race today. So we wish them luck.
India Till, to be fair, she's put a good bit of work in. She's been coming to me for some jockey coaching. She's worked very hard to prepare herself. I mean, it's always big nerves for your first ever ride, but she's been doing her homework. She won't lack her the fitness anyhow. I'm sure there'll be some nervous parents out there, but it's great to see her making her debut here.
Well, can you remember what it was like for your first ride? I know it wasn't pony racing, but how were your nerves for your first ride, Robert?
Still shaking from it now. They make you concentrate. That's what you got to put out.
But no, I mean, looks a really competitive race today. We've got the 9 ponies going down to the start. I'd say we've got Finn Murphy, Lucas Murphy, obviously sons of the legendary jockey Timmy Murphy. Lucas, Wee Anthony have been in great form this season. They had a win at Cockerburgh back in January, and then won at Horse Heath in February, so they were both over the 7 furlongs, so they'll be hoping that Wee Anthony can see out that extra furlong today. And just in shot there, that is number 2, Leyland's Captain Scarlett and Grace Williams. They were 3rd at Cockerburgh, just ahead of Finn Murphy and Trevor Lock Little Miss back in January. So we've got a really exciting day of pony racing, and this first race looks a very competitive affair. The one horse, well, pony I should say, we haven't mentioned that I think has got a great chance is Harry Vigers, Little Anne. Harry is a jockey in great form at the moment. He's had 6 rides this year and won on 5 of them with 3 different ponies. Little Anne and Harry, they won at Horse Heath at the end of January. Just behind, or just in front I should say, of Lowland Cruise Mills, who is riding here today on Mayday Black Mink. So Lowland Cruise Mills will be looking to reverse the placings there with Harry today. So ponies and horses are making their way down to the start. I know you've only just had a chance to have a quick flick through the runners and riders, but anyone draws your attention and think have a big run in them today there, Robert?
I think Little Anne and Harry Vigers, actually I saw Harry ride at Cockerburgh early in the season, and it's in a serious young little pilot. He's comes from a good racing background as well. Listen, they're all going to have fun. The main thing about this pony racing, yes, it's an introduction to racing, and yes, it's competitive, but I want to see all ponies and young riders come home safely. That's the most important thing, and learn something from it. Interestingly, both the Murphy boys have had a lot of experience from the Shetland racing as well, which prior to the pony racing. So they probably come with the experience.
Yeah, and it is so great. It is all about experience. We've got 2 riders here today having their first rides, Sophia Vesti and India Till, and they're going to get a lot from this as we now just see them going down to the start. Now, am I right in thinking the ponies, whereas with the racing you're allowed to canter down to the start, but ponies really should be trotting down to the start?
Yeah, we had when pony racing first started, there were a few problems with I say overfit or over-revved, overexcited ponies, and a bit of nervousness coming from the jockeys that we're having 1 or 2 getting run away with on to post, and there's nothing worse, puts the whole thing. So I remember, I think I was involved at the very start of it, that we brought new rules in that they had to jig jog and trot to the start, accompanied by the hunt staff there, which is a massive help. And everybody wants to get everybody off at a level, safe break, and without running their race before the official start, which is great. Interesting, we got a new starter on duty here today at Didmarton at the Beaufort Races. Is ex-top national hunt jockey and now retired British Horse Racing Authority starter Simon McNeil. So it's for Simon, I think the last time he was probably at Didmarton, he was schooling for Mr. Tuck around the point courses on a national hunt horse. But he's here and he's our official starter, and he'll get those young jockeys into order once they're taking a turn at the start.
I was going to say, he'll be keeping them in check most definitely. And obviously this pony racing here today is part of the West Mercian Area Championship. This series kindly sponsored by Tween Hills. Tween Hills run by David Redfords and supported avidly by Sheikh Fahad and Qatar Racing. Got many good horses at the stud there. Roaring Lion, one of the stallions there, such a lovely horse, and we're very grateful for their sponsorship of this West Mercian Area Championship Series. This championship will conclude at Knutsford Races on the 15th of May, so there's a lot of racing for these ponies and riders to have between now and then to get those valuable points towards the championships leagues, as we just see them now trotting on down to the start, some of them bouncing. A nervous time for ponies and riders, and I say ponies and riders a nervous time, I'm sure there'll be a few nervous parents out there as well, watching their children go down to the start.
Well, we'll shortly hand over to our race day commentator Darren Owen.
Good morning everybody, and the first of our pony races is coming up shortly. This is the Warren Business Park Stars of Tomorrow Stakes, race 1, field of 9, and they're making their way to the start, which is over on the far side of the course. 7 furlongs in front of them, so they all go, and you've seen the runners making their way to the starting point, and we'll pick them up when they arrive at the start. So the 9 ponies heading towards the top of the hill to the starting point for our first race. Number 1, Cortland JP Splendor, and India Till. Number 2 is Labourland's Captain Scarlett and Grace Williams. 3, Little Anne and Harry Vigers. 4, Mayday Black Mink and Lowen Cruz Mills. 5 is Mayday Surprise and Sophie Vesti. 6 is Oh My Days and Levi Williams. 7, Poppet and Nicole Connors. 8 is Trevadlock Little Miss and Finn Murphy, and 9 We Anthony Lucas Murphy. So 9 of them heading towards the starting area.
Because I was just completely disorganised, just rubbish. If I
We didn't know we were having a studio and all this.
I wasn't expecting a studio. I just expected to be stood outside. I'm brilliant.
Nice and warm in here then. Right. Do try all other things, guys.
Which?
Do try and speak into the mic. I know it's tempting
I did.
to. You're not just to lean in.
No.
But at least talk in the direction of it. And if you do have to sort of acknowledge the person next to you, try and keep it as best you can.
Should be on. Oh. Level test, level test, level test. Robert, do me a favour. Could you just say something like, I don't know where they are, but just, we need to test the mic. Just sort of say, well, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. So you just,
Where do you want me to go? Here, from here?
yeah, they just need to test the level. So just literally a sentence, that's all we need. Bob? He's going to test it. Test it with something sent.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, horses and jockeys just making their way down to the start for our opening pony race.
And we sort of talk about if there's 2 of us like that, then we would have had a little bit more of a script, and I'm a bit more of a. I quite like to know what I'm doing.
What do you do? Well, Gary and I and Chris, we do Dubai racing.
Yeah.
When the guys come over from Dubai, we give them a studio on the race course, or normally if you've got it there,
Yeah.
normally it's a Didmarton. And we have exactly the same problem. Our problem is we can't understand a word they're saying. So you don't know whether you want to cut to a 2-shot or 6-shot, go back to it, or whatever. At least now what we do is
And the 9 ponies and their young riders have arrived at the start.
I can do, yes. Yeah. I've got some notes on Santini. That. Okay, no problem. When I see him coming. Yep, no problem. Perfect. Okay. No, that's perfect. We'll get that. That's perfect. No problem whatsoever.
Well, it won't be long before the starter sends them on their way. So remember to give the young riders plenty of vocal support. Trip in front of them around 7 furlongs. Flags raised, about to line up. First pony race of the day. A couple of them hanging back, Poppit and Mayday Surprise just hanging back a little. And they're off. Mayday Surprise is giving them plenty of start, and Wee Anthony is the first one away and already leads by a couple of lengths, with the strong pulling Little Anne moving into second place as they go towards the end of the back straight. Just in behind them is Mayday Black Mink, is in the red, white and blue silks, just being overtaken by Oh My Days. And then comes the grey Travadlock Little Miss. They're making the run down the side of the course. Labeland's Captain Scarlet is next, several lengths to Poppit, who is currently well clear of Cortland JP Splendor, and right at the back is Mayday Surprise. So going down into the dip, and they'll be reappearing shortly. So heading towards the halfway marker, and it's Wee Anthony and Little Anne. Those two disputing the lead, and they've gone clear of Oh My Days in third place. And then comes Mayday Black Mink, who's in fourth position. They're making the gallop now towards the turn in. Back in fifth place is Labeland's Captain Scarlet, followed by Travadlock Little Miss. They're going to come in big intervals. Poppit follows, then Cortland JP Splendor, and a long way back is Mayday Surprise as they head now towards the turn, and there's a duel on. It is Wee Anthony and Lucas Murphy with Little Anne and Harry Vigers. They're at the top of the straight. Give them plenty of support as they turn in. They spin off the last turn, and it is Wee Anthony and Little Anne, and on the near side Little Anne trying to go on from Wee Anthony. Little Anne, Wee Anthony, they're having a private battle. They're well clear of the others. It's Little Anne narrowly to the rallying Wee Anthony. Wee Anthony's coming back at Little Anne as they go to the finish. Wee Anthony now perhaps just in front of Little Anne. That's close. Wee Anthony and Little Anne, they had a private battle, and those two were miles clear of the others. Mayday Black Mink is heading to the line to take third place, followed by Labeland's Captain Scarlet in fourth. Travadlock Little Miss is next, chased by Poppit, followed by Oh My Days. Then comes Cortland JP Splendor, and a long last is Mayday Surprise. Close call to the first race. Excellent race. Two fine performances there from Wee Anthony and Lucas Murphy, and Little Anne and Harry Vigers in a close call.
We're ready.
No camera, just audio.
Well, there we've just seen the first race here at Didmarton Races, and what a race it was between Lucas Murphy and Wee Anthony and Charlie Vigers, or that Charlie Vigers I should say, Harry Vigers. Charlie is his father, Harry Vigers and Little Anne. That was a humding battle to the end. But Harry Vigers there and Little Ann maintain their unbeaten record this year to get their third win. And unfortunately, Wee Anthony and Wee Anthony and Lucas Murphy lose that unbeaten record. They were going for their third win of the year. But underfoot ground conditions look to be near on perfect. Those ponies travelled really well across the ground. And we'll be moving to our second race of the day. That will be the Western Burt School Stars of Tomorrow Stakes, and I believe Robert Bellamy's got the runners and riders.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the result for our opening pony race, the Warren Business Park Stars of Tomorrow Stakes. The unofficial result is first number 9, Wee Anthony.
Runners and riders from there. Then we come
Second number 3, Little Ann.
who does a chat about
In fourth was Mayday Black Mink. And our fourth pony home was Labourland's Captain Scarlet.
I believe I'm staying
Distances
around.
were a neck and 30 lengths, and running a time of 1 minute 53 seconds.
Correct. Let me just go and tell Robert what needs to do.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, as normal, we'll be having all 3 pony race presentations after our third pony race. We move on to our second race, our second pony race, the Western Burt School Stars of Tomorrow, Division 1. 7 runners go to post. Number 11, Aries and Poppy Twiston Davis. 13, Cookie Monster, Aaron Evans. 14, Follow the Star and Jude Brace. 16, Madam Mimi and Jack Doughty. 17, Mallow Royale and Megan Reedsdale. 18, Orbi Kenobi and Harry Vigers. And 19, Seal the Deal and Elijah Lynch. Jockeys are just getting mounted then for our second race, the Western Burt Stars of Tomorrow Stakes Division 1. Well, ladies and gentlemen, as per normal here at Beaufort Races, Division 2 of our second pony race, the runners and riders are going down, both divisions are going down to the post together. So our third pony race, I will just run through runners and riders. This is for the second division of the Western Burt Stars of Tomorrow Stakes, the 14-2 and under. We have 31, Dunway Pomegranate and Thomas Stanley. 32, 8 Maids a Milking and Ruby Price. 33 is a non-runner. 34, Indian River and Sophie Flynn. 35, It's Father Ted and Mason Patel. 36, Roy Boy Green and Oscar Carnes. 37, Sandy, Eden Broughton Johnson. 38, Shotgun Mimi and Billy Brumfield. 39, Snubbernet and Jude Fernandez. And completing the lineup, 40, Tiny Dancer and Felix Barlow. So 9 runners go to post for our second division of our second pony race. As I said, both lots of runners are going down to post together. We'll hand back to Ben, who's got some further information on the runners for our 14-2 and under, our second pony race.
Well, thank you very much, Robert. Just seeing now the ponies go down to start. And we've got the 2 divisions of this 14-2 contest over the 10 furlongs. Looking at the first division there, standout horses look to be Harry Vigers and Obi-Wan Kenobi. They've had 3 wins this year, the first win being at Cockleborough, and then 2 further wins at Horse Heath. So he'll be looking for his 4th win on Obi-Wan Kenobi of the season. But trying to stop that will be none other than Jude Brace and Follow the Star. Jude, who's had some good rides in 2021 on his 13-2 pony Molly the 8th. He now takes the ride on Follow the Star, who is a course and distance winner back in 2020. He won here with Beau Morgan. Beau Morgan, who now works for Ben Pauling, and who rode a winner at Wincanton only the other day. And his brother Luca Morgan, very good conditional jockey. So Jude Brace will be hoping to get the better of Obi-Wan Kenobi and Harry Vigers on Follow the Star. Jude's grandfather David Brace is here to watch, and they will then be dashing off to Newbury to go and watch Connor, Jude's brother. He's got the 2 rides at Newbury, and conditional there to good conditional jockey who's ridden many winners. So Megan Risdale, it's her first ride on Mallow Royal. Again, a lady that has had quite a lot of success on 13-2s. Venno Star, she rode a good few winners last year. She'll be hoping for a big run from Mallow Royal, formerly ridden by Edward Vaughan. This pony last ran at Cheltenham in October, finished 2nd. So we could see a big run from Mallow Royal and Meg Rinsdale. As we just see them now slowly making their way down to the start. What will happen is the first division will obviously be circling at the start, waiting to be called in. The second division will go and wait in the farmyard just over the other side from the start. Just running now down through these riders, Eli J and Seal the Deal. This is their first ride of the year, but they had some good form. They were 4th at Cheltenham over the 10 furlongs on the 23rd of October. Jack Doughty, Madam Minnie, first ride of the year for them. Poppy Twiston Davis, Aries. Poppy comes from a very well-known racing family. Father Nigel, top national hunt trainer. Brother Sam, top national hunt jockey. And brother Willie Twiston Davis was a very good jockey on the flat. Now turns his attention to the bloodstock. But Poppy Twiston Davis and Aries, they had a good run at Horse Heath back on the 19th of February, finishing in 5th place. That race won by Harry Vigers and Obi-Wan Kenobi that day. But Aries does have a bit of course form here. They were behind Follow the Star in 2020. They finished in 5th place back then. So they could be ones to look out for to challenge Harry Vigers, Obi-Wan Kenobi and Jude Brace, Follow the Star, for the early leads in this race. Aaron Evans, Cookie Monster, they are having their first ride. So we wish them all the luck. So the ponies slowly making their way down, and in this Division 1 of the 14-2s, and what a contest it looks. I feel it's going to be between Jude Brace, Follow the Star, Harry Vigers, Obi-Wan Kenobi, and Eli J, Lynch and Seal the Deal. They could get in the mix as well, looking at the form. We then move on to the 2nd division. Obviously this will be run, these ponies will be waiting in the farmyard just behind the start. We've got Mason Patel, it's Father Ted, the first run of the year for them. But this combination did have 4 wins last season, including a good win at Ascot in July. Edenbrough Johnson and Sandy. It's their first ride in pony racing together, so they'll be looking to have a safe round. Oscar Cairns, Roy Boy Green. This is a combination that have got some good form. Third at Horse Heath on the 29th of January, again behind Harry Vigers and Obi-Wan Kenobi. They then were second at Horse Heath on the 19th of February. Again, Harry Vigers, Obi-Wan Kenobi won that race, but Oscar Cairns and Roy Boy Green could look to get their head in front this time, with Obi-Wan Kenobi being in the first division. Felix Barlow, Tiny Dancer, they had some good placings in 2021. Just looking through their form, they were third at Haydock in September 2021, and that day Obi-Wan Kenobi was actually back in 5th place. So Tiny Dancer, Felix Barlow, they have beaten Obi-Wan Kenobi, and Harry Vigers, who looks to be the form horse in the Division 1. Thomas Stanley, Dunley Well, Pomegranate, this is their first ride for him, and first run for Dunley Pomegranate. Sophie Flynn, Indian River, first ride of the year for them. They've got some good form in 2021. Sophie's sister Holly rode Indian River last season and had numerous placings, while Sophie was riding her 13-2 Devonhaven Chipmunk. Now she's taken over the ride on Indian River. So Ruby Price, 8 Maids Are Milking, their first ride of the year, and Jude Fernandez and Subnet, again their first run of the year, but they had some solid runs last year. And the last in this Division 2 will be Billy Brookfield and Shotgun Mini. They were third in the East Cornwall over the 9 furlongs on the 27th of February, so only last week. And they did have a good win at Bratton Down in May last year over 7 furlongs. So that run might have just put them straight. And that was Division 2, so we just see Division 1 circling down at the start, waiting to be called forward.
So the ponies are at the start for the second race.
I can either hand to the commentator or I can do a bit of fill now if you'd like. Yep, that's fine. So we just see them now down at the start for this Division 1 of the 14-2 pony racing here at Didmarton Races. This race kindly sponsored by the Western Burt School. And it really does look an interesting affair. We've got Harry Vigers, Obi-Wan Kenobi, some really good form this year. I think he'll be cutting out the early lead. But Poppy Twiston Davis, she's a very interesting contender for 5th at Horse Heath, 19th February. Yes, she was behind Obi-Wan Kenobi, but I think Horse and Rider will have come on for that run. And then Jude Brace, Follow the Star. Jude comes from a racing dynasty and Follow the Star with that good course form here, back in 2020 winning under Bo Morgan. He'll be quietly confident and then making that dash to Newbury to go and watch Connor have his rides at Newbury Races today. And now hand you over to our commentator for the day, Darren Owen.
Thank you. Yes, so runners still circling down at the start. For this, the Western Burt School Stars of Tomorrow Stakes Race 2 Division 1. Flags up, and number 11 Aries is not with them. I saw Poppy Twiston Davis going into the ambulance over on the far side of the track, so it's they're going without number 11 Aries. Lining up. And they're off, and Madame Mimi was very reluctant to jump away and surrendered quite a bit of ground, and it is Malo Royale, the first one away, and Megan Ridsdale moving on down the back, leads by about a length to Follow the Star, second place, break then of about 3 lengths to Obi-Wan Kenobi, 2 lengths to Seal the Deal, who's sitting in 4th position, and then comes a Cookie Monster, galloping on down the far side, Madame Mimi playing catch-up, and it's Malo Royale who's got a really good lead. Going to the back, and Malo Royale heading towards the end of the back straight, goes about 6 lengths clear. Follow the Star, second place, break then of about 5 lengths to Obi-Wan Kenobi. Seal the Deal is a length further back, and then 10 lengths to Cookie Monster, with Madame Mimi still last of all, and they're now making the run away from the back, and Malo Royale is on a mission and is about 8 to 10 clear. Second place belongs to Follow the Star and Jude Brace as they gallop on down the side. Obi-Wan Kenobi and Harry Vigers is in 3rd place, and then a break of about 5 lengths to Seal the Deal, and heading now towards the halfway marker. They're well strung out. Cookie Monster's a long way back from Madame Mimi. The one to catch is Malo Royale, so they reappear now. Malo Royale about 5 clear, still there in second. Follow the Star, followed by Obi-Wan Kenobi. Seal the Deal. Madame Mimi has passed Cookie Monster, so they're making the run, passing the 3rd last fence, and it is Malo Royale still 5 clear from Follow the Star. In 3rd, Obi-Wan Kenobi. Madame Mimi making steady progress in 4th, followed by Seal the Deal, and last of all is Cookie Monster. Making the run to the final turn, and Malo Royale has now got company for the first time. Follow the Star coming there to the outside to hit the front. Obi-Wan Kenobi's going to be a player as well and getting very competitive, going the shortest way. Obi-Wan Kenobi, it's Follow the Star and Obi-Wan Kenobi. Those two now have kicked on from Malo Royale, and then Madame Mimi halfway up the straight, and it is Follow the Star and Jude Brace in front from Obi-Wan Kenobi in second place in the hands of Harry Vigers, and going to the line it is Follow the Star about 3 lengths clear. Follow the Star, the winner, Obi-Wan Kenobi in second place. Close call for 3rd. Madame Mimi and the long-time leader Malo Royale fighting that one out, and they are clear of Seal the Deal and Cookie Monster.
On for a second.
We are ready here. Can for a moment, nothing else on.
Well, what a race we've just seen there. That the first division of the 14-2s race here at the Didmarton Races, and it was a win for Jude Brace and Follow the Star. Harry Vigers, Obi-Wan Kenobi, they really put it up to them. But Jude Brace, Follow the Star, they got their head in front, and that was the second win for Follow the Star here at Didmarton Races, having won here at 2020 under Beau Morgan. So Jude Brace will now be jumping in the car once prize giving is over with his grandfather David, and dashing off to Newbury Races to watch brother Connor. Unfortunately, Poppy Twist and Davis and Aries, they did not start that race. They withdrew at the start. I'll have an update on them as and when we have it. But we've had two good races here at Didmarton with the ponies. Our second division coming up shortly. And it looks an interesting affair. Oscar Cairns, Roy Boy Green, they look the form horse and rider in this race. I'm sure trying to serve it up to them will be Mason Patel and its father Ted. Their first run of the year, but had 4 wins last season. So very much a combination with a lot of experience. Felix Barlow, Tiny Dancer, they had some good form last season. Good third at Haydock in behind Obi-Wan Kenobi, who we just seen finish second in that first division of the pony racing here at Didmarton Races. And how great it is to be here, the 75th year of racing at Didmarton. And we've seen some great horses and jockeys run here in the past. Tom Bellamy, top national hunt jockey, actually had his first winner here and rode in the pony races, as well as brother Archie. As horses and riders for our second division of this pony racing, down at the start. Make some few they're now down at the start. We've seen them down at the start circling for this second division. We've had 2 very exciting races and some great finishes. I'm sure our third race here will be no different. The Western Burt School Stars of Tomorrow Stakes, Division 2.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have the official result for Division 1, the Western Burt School Stars of Tomorrow Stakes, Division 1. First, number 14, Follow the Star. Second, number 18, Obi-Wan Kenobi and Harry Vigers. Third home was Madam Mimi and Jack Doughty, and our fourth pony home was Mallow Royale and Megan Reedsdale. Distances are 3 lengths and 15 lengths, run in a time of 2 minutes and 23 seconds.
Meanwhile, the flag is raised for our final pony race of the day. Coming into line, the non-runner here, number 33. Here we go now. Stand by, and they're off. Racing away, a very slow start there from Sandy. So the first to show is Tiny Dancer. Tiny Dancer leads by about a length to Rob Boy Green and its father Ted. Those two lying handily, and just in behind them comes Snubbynet. Going on down the far side, a midfield sit for Shotgun Mini, who's 2 lengths clear of 8 Maids of Milking, and then another couple of lengths back to Indian River, who is being followed down the far side by Dunlouis Pomegranate, and the slow starting Sandy is detached. So it is a Tiny Dancer taken on for the lead by Rob Boy Green, and Oscar Cairns up along the outside, leaving the back straight. Rob Boy Green, Tiny Dancer, its father Ted, Snub in Net. They're the leading few. They're followed by Shotgun Mini, a break then of several lengths to Eight Maids and Milking, who's ahead of Indian River, and that one is miles clear of the other two. They are Dunlouis Pomegranate and Sandy. So on the run down the side of the track, and it's Rob Boy Green from Tiny Dancer, its father Ted, Snub in Net, and Shotgun Mini. And the front five are clear of Eight Maids and Milking, and then comes Indian River and Daylight to the other two, who are tailed off Dunlouis Pomegranate and Sandy. So going down into the dip, and they'll reappear now with Rob Boy Green still holding on to the lead. Rob Boy Green by a length. Its father Ted to the outside, Tiny Dancer to the inside. Gap then of about 6 lengths opening up to Snubbinet, who's chased by Shotgun Mini, making the run to the turn. Eight Maids of Milking is trying to close in. That one in turn well ahead of the others, Indian River, Dunlouis Pomegranate and Sandy. So they're approaching the final bend, and it is Rob Boy Green, Tiny Dancer on the inside, its father Ted in the multicoloured jacket to the outer. They're the leading three. They're a few lengths in advance then of Shotgun Mini and Snubbinet. They're coming on down the straight, and off the last turn it's father Ted and Rob Boy Green, and those two now duel for the lead. They've kicked away from Tiny Dancer. On the near side it's father Ted going on narrowly to Rob Boy Green. It's father Ted, Rob Boy Green. It's precious little between these two. It's father Ted, Rob Boy Green coming back. It's father Ted and Rob Boy Green. Another thrilling pony race close there between those two, and they're well ahead of Shotgun Mini and Tiny Dancer, followed by Snubbinet, and then a major break to the others, who are headed by Indian River, Eight Maids of Milking, and the other two coming in now, Dunlouis Pomegranate and Sandy. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, give our young stars of tomorrow a big round of applause.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're just waiting for our pony race jockeys all to weigh back in from our second division of race 2. Big well done to all of our competitors for our 3 pony races. Some real stars of the future on show this afternoon. We'll be having the pony race jockeys' presentations very shortly. I'd like to remind all racegoers that we have the Duke of Beaufort hounds parading here at the racecourse. This hasn't happened for many years. They're actually out on the course, but they will be coming into the parade ring shortly once all ponies have left the paddock. They're going to be joined, as previously mentioned, by Gold Cup entry Santini, who's been ridden by trainer Polly Gundry as part of its preparation for the big race a week on Friday.
Okay, we're going to do...
So as you can see, ladies and gentlemen, we have the Beaufort hounds. It's so lovely to see, but there's also another important horse in the paddock, the lovely bay, ridden by Polly Gundry. It's none other than Santini. Santini, who you may know, great racehorse owned by Mr. and Mrs. Kelvin Hughes, and I am delighted to be joined by Mr. Kelvin Hughes. Mr. Kelvin Hughes, what is it like to not only own a horse like Santini, but I understand you also bred him as well? What is it like to have a horse like him?
Well, you can see I think he's enjoying it even more than I am. But to have a horse like this is a real pleasure, and it's a dream of a lifetime, I think, for anybody here. To breed such a wonderful animal. He's had such a good career, so unlucky at Cheltenham, as we know, so we all hope he's going to put that right in a couple of weeks' time.
Because Santini, he is familiar to Didmarton races. Back in 2017, as a 5-year-old, he won the Maiden here under Will Biddick. And then the next year he ran at Cheltenham in the Albert Bartlett, and he was third, was he? Second, sorry. He will be having his 5th run at the Cheltenham Festival this season. And what are the thoughts behind bringing him here today?
Well, very much it'll help him. You can see when they're training this hard for such a big race, Polly's had a wonderful time in keeping him fresh all the time. So he's still got a bit of work to do yet, and this will just help him stay on top of his game. So that was the point to bring him here. And then also, we very much, all our horses are hunted by Polly with the Beaufort and other hunts. And we very much believe the relationship between national hunt and hunting is so important.
Well, no, it is absolute pleasure to see the Beaufort Hounds and Santini here today. We are blessed, and it is a very special feeling, and we'll all be watching Friday the 18th of March, the Cheltenham Festival, the Gold Cup, the pinnacle race at the festival. Santini will be lining up, and we wish you all the very best of luck. Thank you very much.
Just like to thank the sponsors and everything else for letting us bring him here today. It was extremely kind of them. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we now see the Beaufort Hounds and Santini making their way back down the course. What a sight to see. We've had 3 great pony races. We've now got 6 great races ahead of us.
Just say less, and then hand over.
As I say, we've got the 6 great races ahead of us as the hounds make their way back down the track. I will now hand you over to Robert Bellamy, who will give you the runners and riders.
Weighed in, the result is now official.
Okay, whenever you're ready.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we move on to our opening point-to-point race, the Duke of Beaufort's Hunt Members Race, very kindly sponsored by the Cat and Custard Pot. 10 runners go to post. 1, according to Harry, Charlie Dando. 2, Apple of Our Eye, Jessica Grundry. Her colour change here. Jockey will now be wearing black body, pink sleeves and a pink spotted cap. 4, Carrick Dub. This is Brooke Gardner Woolen. Again, a colour change here. Jockey will be wearing orange jacket, brown sleeves, orange armlets and a check cap. Number 5, Dan's Wee Man and Daisy White. 7, Philo Martin and Doug White. 8, Fly West, William Woodman. 9, Hold Me Tight, Chloe Elmsley. 11, Jackie Daniels, B. Morgan. 12, Keep Moving, Miss A. Dando. And 13, Plus One and Miss Georgia Webb. 10 runners go to post then for our opening race. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're joined here at both races by Racing Post point-to-point correspondent Carl Evans. Carl, you're going to spend the afternoon talking through the runners of our 6 races, starting with a competitive opening hunt race.
Yeah, indeed, Robert. It's great to be back here at Didmarton. Obviously, we missed last season. The last time we raced here was in 2020, and then obviously COVID came along and spoiled things. Good competitive card today. Might be short of 1 or 2 stars, but we got some top riders. and it's marvellous that we got such good sponsorship. I'd like to single out two sponsors in particular because they're backing national series right around the country, and that's Ineos Grenadier, who are sponsoring a series of mixed open races with a £10,000 final at Cheltenham, and also the Oriental Club, who are sponsoring a series of owner-trainers races. They came into the sport 2 years ago. Their series has been blighted by the ruination of COVID, but finally, hopefully, they're going to get a good run. So it's a lovely club in London. It's open for membership. Get yourself along to the Oriental Club next time you're there. In the meantime, I'll get up on Jeff's gantry up there and we'll have a look at some of the runners and riders.
Good man, good, Carl. I've got a pony presentation to make in the meantime. Well, ladies and gentlemen, once again, we're all ready. Timekeeping is going a little bit astray, so the pony racing presentations will happen immediately after the completion of our first point race. So straight after the hunt race, pony race jockeys, please stay gathered around the presentation table, and we will get presentations underway as soon as the hunt race horses have crossed the line.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a look at one or two of the horses who could well be involved in the finish of this, the Duke of Beaufort members race. On the left-hand side of the paddock, he's on your screen now in the orange rug. That's number 1, According to Harry, trained locally by Charlie Dando, and he won this race in 2020. He's lightly raced. He was a 127 rated handicapper at his peak, and he must obviously have a good chance today. He's 13 now, but he looks magnificent, beautifully turned out.
Could we have horse number 2 and horse number 11 to the paddock, please?
Walking round at the bottom end of the paddock is number 8, Fly West. He's a 14-year-old, and so another veteran, but he won a maiden at this course in 2017, and he's won 4 more races since. He was second in this race to According to Harry when it was last run in 2020. That's number 8, Fly West. Bottom end of the paddock, without a sheet, is number 7. That's Fil Darien, ex-Tom Simmons horse, pulled up last time out at Stratford, and he's won 1 hurdle race. This is his first run in a point-to-point, still only 7, and so got time on his side. Okay, well, coming around the bottom of the paddock now is number 9. That's Hold Me Tight, the mount of Chloe Emsley, and led up by the trainer, Ed Walker. You've just seen Santini in the paddock. That was ridden by Polly Gundry. Well, she's got her old man leading the horse up here. Number 9, Hold Me Tight, has run 46 times without winning, I'm afraid to say, but he has been placed 14 times. He's only 8. He's got time on his side still, and a members' race is probably his mark. Could run well. Number 13, down here at the bottom of the paddock with the blue sheet on, that's +1, who is ridden by Georgia Webb. He ran well for a long way at Chipley Park last time out. He needs to find a bit more to be competitive here, but could run well for a long way. Number 11 is Jackie Daniels, ridden by Beau Morgan. Beau's big brother Luca, of course, is now a successful jump jockey. This mare, Jackie Daniels, was second in a couple of point-to-points in Ireland, but yeah, she's yet to show much in Britain. Number 5 in the yellow with the green spots is Dansby Man, the mount of Daisy White. Qualified with the Beaufort. Gave Guy Disney some fun a few years ago, but he's been well beaten on both his starts this year.
13.
Okay, number 2 is Apple of Our Eye, ridden by Jess Gundry, coming down the side of the paddock with the pink sleeves and a black jacket. Just one run in point-to-points when pulled up in a ladies' race in 2019. He has won a hurdle race, and he comes from the Marriott's famous Apple family. This is a grandson of Windfall. And with that, the horses are quietly making their way to post, so we're going to hand over to your commentator for this afternoon, the excellent Darren Owen.
Thanks, Carl. Yes, good afternoon, everybody. The Duke of Beaufort's Hunt Members Race is coming up, a race kindly sponsored by the Cat and Custard Pot, and the field are filing out of the parade ring to make their way to the start, which is at the entrance of the back straight. That's to the right-hand corner of the racecourse. We look out from the enclosures. So the first one out on the course in a second will be Fil d'Ariane, number 7, has the 2 shades of blue with the cross belts. That one in the navy blue, light blue cross belt and armlets. And will be followed out onto the track by Fly West, is in the predominantly red jacket, green stars on the sleeves. Yellow with the green spots. That's number 5, Dan's Wee Man. So coming out onto the track, led by Fil d'Ariane. Fil d'Ariane in the 2 shades of blue. And then Dan's Wee Man has the yellow with the green spots and the green cap. Red jacket of Fly West, and they are being followed to post by number 4, that is Carrick Dove. Carrick Dove has the orange with the brown sleeves and the armlets. Following Carrick Dove to post, number 1, that's According to Harry, orange with the brown sleeves. White jacket, red spots, black sleeves of +1, number 13. And Georgia Webb aboard +1. In the 2 shades of blue, the hoop jacket, Hold Me Tight, number 9, Hold Me Tight. And Jessica Gundry aboard Apple of Our Eye. Apple of Our Eye is in the black pink sleeves, colour change here. Black with the pink sleeves for number 2. That is Apple of Our Eye. And that one being followed out by Keep Moving. Keep Moving, orange brown sleeves and the hooped cap. And in that blue half jacket, that's Beau Morgan aboard Jackie Daniels, number 11, Jackie Daniels. So that's the field making their way to the start for our first point-to-point race of the day, the Duke of Beaufort's Hunt Members Race, kindly sponsored by the Cat and Custard Pot. So just to go around the track, they'll start at the entrance to the back straight. And over on the far side, they'll jump 3 fences before they turn left-handed and start the descent. And on the descent, there is a plain fence, followed by another couple of fences, and then you've got the one who's jumped on the final circuit as the second last. That's the fence just before the turn. In the home straight before the winning post, you've got fence number 8 and 18. And they'll be going 1.5 circuits of the track as they pass the winning post. After going out onto the onto the final circuit, there's an open ditch just after the winning post there. The open ditch jumped only once as fence 9, and then there's the uphill fence 10. So 18 jumping tests in total. And the runners are about to arrive at the start for our first race of the day.
Okay, good to go. All right, let's face that way. And very quick betting update now from the betting ring. I'm down there with Mark Hill, who knows more about betting on horses than I ever will. Mark, who's going off favourite today?
According to Harry, is opened up 6-4, but is now out to 2-1. The main money is for number 8, Fly West, which has been 5 and is now into 3-1. Apart from that, no bits and pieces for Phil Darien, and that's about it, really.
Okay, and you're a man who knows a bit. Where would your money be going?
It'll be staying in my pocket this race, Carl.
Many thanks, Mark Hill.
And the runners are at the start for race 1.
You're going to jump lions.
No, they can't.
And it's the 138.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, once again we have a best turned out award for our opening race. Judged to be best turned out for our Duke of Beaufort's Hunt members race is horse number 8, Fly West. Big well done to the William Woodman stable, especially Susie Priest, who got this one ready. Best turned out in race 1, number 8, Fly West.
Stand by. Duke of Beaufort's Hunt members race, sponsored by the Cat and Custard Pot. The runners now are about to line up, and they're off. So they have 18 fences to jump, and it is Jackie Daniels, the first to step away from the starter. Jackie Daniels from Dan's Wee Man and Fly West is right there, according to Harry Carrick Dove. They're also in the mix as they jump the first. Over the first fence, no issues there. The back markers at this early stage include Hold Me Tight, who's in company with +1 black sleeves on the inside, and Apple of Our Eye. So it is Jackie Daniels who makes the running on to the second. Jackie Daniels by around 2 lengths. Field Darien second place. Fly West in third, followed by Carrick Dove in fourth position, according to Harry, is next, and that one being followed down the far side by Apple of Our Eye, who's up along the outside of Keep Moving, then Dan's Wee Man in the yellow jacket as they jump the final fence over on the far side of the track. And the last two to take it, Hold Me Tight and +1. Leaving the back straight behind them on the downhill run, and it is Jackie Daniels making it by a couple of lengths. Field Darien second, 3 lengths to Fly West in third. Another 4 or 5 lengths to the pursuing pack, and they include up along the inside, according to Harry, and Carrick Dove's got the noseband. Apple of Our Eye is following, and then Dan's Wee Man and Keep Moving, and on this downhill run they are being chased by Hold Me Tight. So about to reappear, going towards the next plain fence, and as they go to it, it's Jackie Daniels by a couple of lengths from Field Darien second, Fly West landed in third, and then a break of around about 4 or 5 lengths to, according to Harry. On the wide outside is Apple of Our Eye. Mistakes there. Oh, and the one who went there was Dan's Wee Man. Dan's Wee Man has unseated the rider. Dan's Wee Man has gone. Running now towards the turn into the straight, and as they approach the turn in, the running being made by Field Darien now and Fly West in second place. Jackie Daniels, who made a mistake at that last fence, has now dropped to third position and is being followed by Carrick Dove, who's up along the outside, according to Harry, going the shortest way, followed by Apple of Our Eye, and they are being followed into the straight by Keep Moving, going towards the fence in front of the enclosures. Hold Me Tight is held up, and +1 is the back marker as they jump the fence before the winning post. And there'd be around 15 lengths covering them. Going now towards the judge with circuit to go, and it is Fly West, who now establishes a lead of around 4 lengths. Field Darien is in second. A gap then of about 4 lengths to, according to Harry, then Carrick Dove, Hold Me Tight, and Apple of Our Eye. Keep Moving is next. Jackie Daniels, who led early, is losing ground, and +1 is the back mark, and this is the ditch, and it was Fly West who led them over the ditch. Fly West by around 3 lengths. A bit of a disorganised landing there from Keep Moving. So they're going down into the dip and going now up the hill, and it's Fly West from Field Darien, and they are still separated by about 5 lengths as they climb the hill. Carrick Dove, according to Harry, and Apple of Our Eye are next, then Hold Me Tight, followed by Keep Moving, +1 and the struggling Jackie Daniels. Over that plain fence, that was fence number 10 of the 18. They're about to move on into the back straight, and Fly West continues to lead. Fly West by 5 lengths to Field Darien in second as they now move on down the back straight. They are being followed down the far side by, according to Harry, and Carrick Dove there together from Hold Me Tight. Break of another 4 lengths to Apple of Our Eye. Fly West, though, has extended the lead over the first fence down the far side. A sluggish jump there from Hold Me Tight in mid-division, and right at the back there, Jackie Daniels really struggling to keep up now. So it's Fly West by about 6 to 8 lengths over Field Darien second. Break of about 8 to 10 lengths to Carrick Dove, followed by, according to Harry, and Hold Me Tight there, chased by Keep Moving as Fly West jumps the middle fence down the far side. A long way back is Apple of Our Eye, and then +1, and Jackie Daniels is now being pulled up. Going towards the last down the far side, Fly West still with a good lead, Field Darien second. And then a big break to the third, Carrick Dove, and the Carrick Dove just jumping that fence now from Hold Me Tight, followed by, according to Harry, a blunder there, and unseating Keep Moving. Keep Moving has gone at the final fence down the far side. So they're really spacing themselves out on the run down the hill. They've got 5 to jump. Fly West clears that fence with about 5 or 6 lengths to spare over Field Darien in second. Carrick Dove is in third. 4 fences to take. Question here is, can Fly West maintain the gallop over Field Darien? They're clear of Carrick Dove in third. Hold Me Tight 4 and then +1, followed by According to Harry and Apple of Our Eye. So heading now towards the 4th last, and as they approach the wings, it's Fly West. The lead now whittled down to 3 lengths. Fly West from Field Darien second. Carrick Dove landed in third. Hold Me Tight 4 +1 is next. Looking back, According to Harry has been pulled up, and Apple of Our Eye is tailing off. They're jumping the third last, and it's Fly West from Field Darien. A break of about 12 lengths to Carrick Dove, Hold Me Tight, and +1, well clear of Apple of Our Eye. And they've got 2 fences left to negotiate. Fly West is the leader. Fly West by about 5 lengths at the second last. Fly West has been jumping right-handed several times in this race, but is off the final turn in front. Fly West from Field Darien in second. Carrick Dove third. Hold Me Tight in fourth. 1 more fence to negotiate. Fly West's lead is down to about 3 lengths at the top of the straight. Fly West from Field Darien. These two have been dominating this race. Fly West is at the final fence and it pops it safely. Field Darien now going to try and make a race of it on the run in. It's Fly West from Field Darien. Fly West maintaining this lead over Field Darien, going to the line. It's Fly West. Field Darien is really running on now, and it's Fly West and Field Darien. Those two are well clear of Hold Me Tight, who is ahead of +1, and then Carrick Dove.
Yeah, I mean, we can have it with this rate, just the racing. The horse you want, but well, what a race that was. The first race here at Didmarton Races 2022, and it goes to none other than Will Woodman and Fly West. What a ride that was from Will. His first winner. He was second here in 2020, running on very late, but couldn't quite beat then Charlie Dando and According to Harry. But today he has had a peach of a ride on Fly West. Led from start to finish, and I'm sure Will and all his connections are going to be absolutely delighted. I'm sure when he's led into the winner's enclosure, there is going to be an eruption of applause and cheers. Will, a very popular young man in the area. A very popular young man in the area. I'm sure he's going to have a massive reception. Really good run there from Phil Delier and Douglas White. Just couldn't quite get there, but they'll be pleased with that. That Phil Delier, only 7 years old, and looks like there'll be a race or two for them in the future. But so good to be here at the Beaufort Races, their 75th year of running. As we just see them now trotting back to the finish. A delighted Woodman had pat down the neck there for Fly West. Obviously, the first race here was in 1947, and the first winner here was Lieutenant Colonel Anthony Llewellyn Palmer, riding Grimstar. That was a 6-runner, subscriber and heavyweight divisional race. But today in 2022, the members' race goes to Will Woodman and Fly West. I will now hand you over to Robert Bellamy.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, the unofficial result for our first race, the Duke of Beaufort's Hunt members' race. First, number 1, Fly West. Second, number 7, Philanine. In third, number 9, Hold Me Tight. And in fourth, 13 +1. Winning distances 1 length and 16 lengths, run in a time of 6 minutes and 26.
I'm down in the paddock, and Will Woodman's just ridden his first winner, and he's got a fan club here, and they're all saying, "We love you, Will." There you go, you see, "We love you, Will." They all love you, Will. Gonna have a quick word with the winning jockey. Will, what a spin.
I can hardly breathe, let alone talk.
Okay, come on. At what point did you think we might win this?
Well, it was when I was on my own and no one was behind me. I thought, oh, this might be it. Finally having my time.
How many years have you been riding in point of points?
10 for my first winner. It's not bad.
And in the Beaufort members race, how special?
Oh, couldn't be better on home turf.
And just a quick word about the horse.
Well, he speaks for himself. He's just brilliant. He's 14, so he's done his time, but he's been epic for me. And this will be his last season, so it's great to finish with a win.
Okay, congratulations, Will Woodman. He's just won the members race.
I want
The second, we'll do the second race. And then
Carrie?
Yeah.
Carrie? Yeah. You jump on it. Yeah, I'll see you later.
Gary, on the screen.
Yeah, they are. He'll do that. Yes.
As I start.
Yeah.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, while we're waiting for jockeys to weigh in following our opening contest, the Beaufort Hunt members race, have the runners and riders for our second race. The intermediate race, very kindly sponsored by Tim Gray. 1, Ahead of the Game, ridden by Geoffrey Barford-Salt. 4, If You Can See Me Now, Charlie Danda. 6, Largy Mountain, ridden by James King. 7, Master Hyde, James Jevons. Over the page, number 8, Nivata Vita and Chloe Elmsley. And 12, Welsh's Castle, ridden by Ivor Herbert. 6 runners go to post then for our second race, the intermediate, sponsored by Tim Gray.
I haven't got a farm wheel, but I haven't got time to get the farm. And the best turn down. Oh, it's the best turn down. Right, fine, thank you very much. Best turn down.
So I am joined by winning jockey Harry. Sorry? About the winning. Are we doing which one? I'm joined by the winning jockey, Lucas. Tell me, what's it like to win here at Didmarton Races?
It's proud of it. It was brilliant. It was a tough race. Any other day, it's a different result. Like.
And how did you feel the race ran? Were you pleased with the way it went?
Well.
Horses away, horses away.
I thought we were getting run away with, but the pony fought on and did really well.
And are you hoping to follow in your father's footsteps and be a jockey one day?
That's the plan.
Would you like to go over on the flat or the jumps?
Ideally over flat.
Well, congratulations. We hope you have many more successes.
Oh, yes. So these are coming up this one.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's a reminder that declarations are closing for our third race. The Eagle's Grenadier mixed open race. Declarations now closing.
Because I only want the subscriber and no jockey, obviously.
But it's the same man.
It's always arranged. Oh my God.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the presentation for our opening race, the Duke of Beaufort's Hunt Members Race, very kindly sponsored by the Cat and Custard Pot. So, first of all, to our winning rider of Fly West, William Woodman is going to be picking up the James Hatherall Perpetual Memorial Trophy. His horse is also picking up the Best Turned Out Award. Big well done to Susie Priest, who prepared this one.
And that's just the subscriber. Okay.
Where's that jockey gone?
Well, a big well done then, ladies and gentlemen, to our winning owner and rider, William Woodman. Well done, Will. Will gets presented with the James Hatherall Perpetual Memorial Trophy. The Evers Challenge Cup to the first subscriber. And his horse, his mount, Flying West, also gets the Best Turned Out Award as well. Big well done to Susie Priest, who prepared this one. Clean sweep. Good ride, Will. Well done. Flying West winning our opening Duke of Beaufort's Hunt Members Race.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, the runners and riders are beginning to enter the paddock for our second race, the intermediate race. Marvellous result in the first winner for Will Woodman, and I hope he goes to the Cat and Custard Pot for a very good meal afterwards. Okay, so first horse that we're going to take a little look at is coming down the side of the paddock with the brown rug on. That's number 6, Largy Mountain, the mount of Britain's national champion, James King. He won the title last year for the first time. James has got 3 rides here at Didmarton this afternoon. And Largy Mountain, if you look at its form figures, comes here with a great chance. Ran up a little sequence, a hat-trick in fact, last spring. And he's been in the first 3 on all his 9 point-to-point starts. So he's Mr. Consistent. He comes from a top stable, of course, Fran Post, who trains in Warwickshire. He does need to improve on his first run of the season, and he probably will. Apologies there, I was actually looking at the wrong horse. Number 6 is going up the side of the paddock with the blue rug with Fan on. That's Fan as in Francesca Nimmo, now Francesca Post. So that's Largy Mountain, top of the paddock now. Walking along behind is Ed Walker's horse, that's Nova Vita. Now this is a very interesting runner. Beaten by a horse called Lagonda last time out. Lagonda was in this race but is not running. And before that had a very good win at Lark Hill when beating a horse called Satellite Receiver. Satellite Receiver was subsequently a hugely impressive winner at Lark Hill, and is certainly a young horse to keep an eye on. So can Nova Vita go one better today and win at the intermediate level? The mount of Chloe Emsley, who's ridden him this season. Top of the paddock is number 4, If You Can See Me Now, in the brown rug. This time I get it right. First run for this stable, that's Brooke Gardner-Wallen, and formerly was owned by Nick Phillips and trained by Dibby Brown. So first run for this stable, lightly raced horse, won at Kingston Blunt in May.
Please, can we have horses 1, 7 and 12 to the paddock?
Number 7 going along at the bottom of the paddock here, blue rug with yellow piping on, that's Master Hyde, the mount of James Jevons. Pulled up on its last couple of starts, trained by Jane Olfrey. He has won point-to-points, but was well behind when pulled up last time and is going to have to step up a bit. Entering the paddock now on the far side, just coming in there with a blue sweat sheet on, that's Welsh's Castle, the mount of Ivor Herbert, trained by Nicky Shepherd at the on the Eastnor Estate. Was a good second at Nightwick in Worcestershire back in November, but has just been giving Ivor more experience since then, and again is another horse who's going to have to just find a few extra gears. And the final one of our 6 runners for the intermediate race is just come into the paddock. That's number 1 ahead of the game. Jeff Barfoot Saunt is riding. He's raced competitively the last couple of times, and he won at Edgecott and Higham last season. Carries the colours of the late and lovely Jason Warner, who we sadly lost in the summer, and it's just great to see Jason's colours are still going around. That's number 1 ahead of the game.
Well, the Didmarton races, we've had 3 pony races and we had the Hunt Subscribers race, and what a thrilling finish that was. Fly West Will Woodman being victorious in that. It's now our 2nd race on the card. This is the intermediate race sponsored by Tim Gray. Runners and riders just circling in the paddock. Jockey's just getting the leg up. Five runners in this race. This one last time by Miss Sea Green and Mr. Dukes. Owned by Mr. C.J. Bennett, that 2020 winner. Obviously, racing did not take place here in 2021 due to COVID, but how good it is to be back here at Didmarton Races. A course that's got such a history behind it. 75 years of racing, starting out in 1947. What longevity this course has got. And it always brings in a good crowd of spectators and good quality racing. Horses in the past that have won here that have gone on to great things. The Dickler, 1969, ran here in a maiden, was only 2nd that day, but then went on to win the Gold Cup in 1973. Cool Dawn, 1994, won the restricted here, and 4 years later was historic in the Gold Cup at the Cheltenham Festival. And of course, we saw earlier Santini won here in 2017 and was second behind Album Photo in 2020. So they just go down to start there, just in shot. That's Master Hyde and Jage Evans. Master Hyde, a dual point winner, pulled up on his last run. And there we have local jockey Charlie Dando. Charlie riding his own If You Can See Me Now. Their last, just number 12 Welsh Castle, and Ian Herbert, they're making their way down to the start. But no, great to see lots of spectators here for this racing here at Didmarton as the runners make their way down to post for this second race, the intermediate, sponsored by Mr. Tim Gray.
Yes, the runners are making their way to the start, and If You Can See Me Now is in the orange with the brown sleeves, and If You Can See Me Now is being followed to post by Master Hyde, blue with the red crossbelts, black sleeves for Master Hyde. Welsh's Castle is in the rose and white diamonds. Ivor Herbert aboard number 12 Welsh's Castle. And then in the black with the red striped sleeves, James King aboard Largy Mountain. That's horse number 6, Largy Mountain. And number 1 ahead of the game, and Jeff Barfoot Saunter aboard ahead of the game. Ahead of the game is in the red and light blue diamond jacket, and Nuova Vita is number 8, and Chloe Emsley aboard in the light blue red stars blue sleeves. So that's the field making their way to the start for the intermediate race, a race kindly sponsored by Tim Gray. This is race number 2.
Please, can John Ayton come to the decorations tent? That's John Ayton to the decorations. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's just a reminder that the declarations will close for our 4th race, the conditions race for novice riders, in 15 minutes. 4th race declarations to close in 15 minutes.
And the 6 runners have arrived at the start. At the post for race number 2, the intermediate race.
down by the bookmakers. I'm joined again by Mark Hill, who told me in the previous race that there was money for Fly West, and he was spot on.
Yes, he won comfortably enough in the end. This race here, Largy Mountain 5-4 on. That's about right, looks pretty obvious. Bit of money for Nuo Vita, that's 4 into 7 at 2. And money for If You Can See Me Now, that's been 4, it's 3. I can't quite see that myself, but I think the way they bet is perhaps the way they'll finish.
Okay, so your money's on, if it was going on, it would be Largy Mountain.
It is, yeah.
Thanks, Mark.
So the starter climbs the steps to the rostrum and the runners are about to be called in. Flag raised. So 6 runners about to face the starter. Lining up, and they're off for the Tim Gray sponsored intermediate race. If You Can See Me Now is the first one away from the starter, with Master Hyde racing alongside as they approach the first of the 18 fences. Welsh's Castle's only a length away, and then there's a break of around 6 lengths to the second division. Largy Mountain had a good look at the first fence and is joined by Ahead of the Game and Nuova Vita. Going on towards the second, Welsh's Castle and If You Can See Me Now. Welsh's Castle the leader by a half length to If You Can See Me Now. 3 lengths away, Master Hyde. And at the fence, If You Can See Me Now, out jumped Welsh's Castle. All over, going towards the first of the ditches. If You Can See Me Now is about a length and a half up from Welsh's Castle. 4 lengths away, Master Hyde. 5 lengths to Largy Mountain. Ahead of the games, a length further back, and Nuova Vita is last of the 6 as they take the ditch, and they all touch down okay. Running away from the back straight, and it is If You Can See Me Now has the lead. Charlie Dando aboard and has an advantage of around 5 lengths over Welsh's Castle. Another couple of lengths to third placed horse Master Hyde, who's being followed over that fence by Ahead of the Game. Then Largy Mountain and James King, with Nuova Vita last of all. Nuova Vita at the moment spots the field and must be about 20 lengths off the leader. If You Can See Me Now is that leader, and about to reappear and head towards another plain fence. If You Can See Me Now by around 5 lengths to Welsh's Castle. If You Can See Me Now, Welsh's Castle landing third, Master Hyde up along the outside Ahead of the Game, and then Largy Mountain, and Nuova Vita is trailing. And If You Can See Me Now, something a nice easy lead, and is on the run to fence 7 of the 18. If You Can See Me Now from Welsh's Castle, Ahead of the Game alongside Master Hyde. Largy Mountain, Black Jacket to the inside. Nuova Vita is the one on the extreme outer. coming on towards another plain fence. The fence before the straight, if you can see me now, lands with a good few lengths advantage on the others, turning in. If you can see me now just coming back to them, and they are grouping up. There must have been 20 lengths first to last at one stage. That certainly isn't the case now. If you can see me now, from ahead of the game is moving to second. Welsh's Castle drops to third at the fence in front of the enclosures. Largy Mountain alongside Master Hyde and Nuova Vita. And coming up towards the judge. So fence 9 will be jumped next. That's another ditch going to it. And if you can see me now, still in front. If you can see me now by 2 lengths, head of the game, Welsh's Castle follow. And they are followed by Largy Mountain, Master Hyde and Nuova Vita. This is the ditch. The leader just got in very close there and belted the top of it, if you can see me now. Got away with it, if you can see me now, going on down the hill and down into the dip from ahead of the game, who's in second place ahead of the game, followed by Largy Mountain, Welsh's Castle, Master Hyde and Nuova Vita. On to the 10th, and we're looking for a better jump from If You Can See Me Now this time, and we get it. If You Can See Me Now ahead of the game, and then Welsh's Castle, Largy Mountain, Master Hyde and Nuova Vita. Pace pretty slack, and they're about to turn to go into the back straight. Heading to the 11th. First, the fence is on the far side, and they're fairly well grouped, with If You Can See Me Now in front by about a half length. Welsh's Castle ahead of the game, moving alongside once again, and Largy Mountain's right there as well, and only about 2 lengths covering the front 4. They've got a few lengths on Master Hyde and Nuova Vita. Onto the middle fence down the far side, If You Can See Me Now, has set out to make the running, has made all to this point, leads by a half length. Largy Mountain right alongside at that plain fence. Welsh's Castle ahead of the game has just dropped a few lengths, has dropped to 4th place, followed by Nuova Vita and Master Hyde, and they're heading now to the final ditch at the end of the back straight. And now, If You Can See Me Now has got Largy Mountain for company going into the ditch. Largy Mountain, If You Can See Me Now. From ahead of the game, Welsh's Castle, Nuova Vita. Master Hyde is the one off the bridle and just struggles to keep up at the moment, Master Hyde. They leave the back straight behind them. They're on this downhill run, and they've got 5 to jump. If You Can See Me Now, trying to fend them all off at the moment. If You Can See Me Now, Largy Mountain, mistake there from ahead of the game. Nuova Vita and Welsh's Castle follow, and 10 lengths to Master Hyde. It really is struggling to keep up. 4 to jump. If You Can See Me Now, being pestered by Largy Mountain. 2 lengths behind the front 2 is ahead of the game as they head towards the 4th last. Largy Mountain right alongside, hit the front, going towards 4 out. Largy Mountain's now moved on from If You Can See Me Now, who was joined for second by ahead of the game. Going now towards the 3rd last. It's Largy Mountain. Head of the game has now moved into 2nd place. If You Can See Me Now is back in 3rd as they take that fence from Welsh's Castle, Nuova Vita. They're miles clear of Master Hyde. And they've got 2 to jump, and Largy Mountain has gone clear. Running towards the 2nd last, has gone 10 lengths clear ahead of the game. If You Can See Me Now, Welsh's Castle follow. And over the 2nd last, Largy Mountain over safely, turning into the straight. James King and Largy Mountain clear. Ahead of the game is 2nd best from Welsh's Castle, If You Can See Me Now, and Nuova Vita. Heading now towards the final fence, and it is Largy Mountain coming to the last now with a really good lead, and pings the last and is on the run in. It's Largy Mountain clear. In 2nd place is ahead of the game, being followed by Nuova Vita in 3rd. Welsh's Castle follows, but Largy Mountain has won, pulling a bus. Largy Mountain wins really well. Ahead of the game, 2nd place, Nuova Vita 3rd. Welsh's Castle is in 4th, and that one is clear of If You Can See Me Now and Master Hyde.
Please can Paul Bunting come to the declarations tent? Please can Paul Bunting come to the declarations tent? Thank you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, the unofficial result of our second race, the intermediate race. First, number 6, Largy Mountain. Second, number 1, Ahead of the Game. In third, number 8, Nevada Vita. And in fourth, horse number 12, Welsh's Castle. Winning distances 8 lengths and 5 lengths. Run in a time of 6 minutes and 28 seconds. Well, ladies and gentlemen, just while we are waiting for runners to return after our second race, a special announcement. As always, we are very grateful to all of those who help and support at this event. There have been some remarkable records of service here at Didmarton. Carol Clift stood down last year as our secretary after 22 years. Huge thanks to her for so much work and achieving so long in office. Also, Philip Janaway has retired as our chief vet after an even longer record. And John Richards stepped down from the committee after about 65 years. I guarantee he'll still be found on the gates on race day. Their dedicated support to point-to-pointing generally and to the Beaufort Hunt point-to-point has been outstanding, and we're all so very grateful.
Winner comes in, that's Largy Mountain and James King. Well done, James.
Here at Didmarton Races, they're won by Largy Mountain and James King. But before the point-to-point racing started today, we had 3 excellent pony races on the card, and I'm delighted to be joined by Emma Davies, who is the area secretary for the West Mercian area. And Emma, it's great that you could be here. I'm so pleased, and I've been told you are the fountain of knowledge of everything pony racing.
I can certainly try.
I mean, it's such a great initiative. As I mentioned, we had 3 great races earlier today. How do children get involved within the sport of pony racing?
So there's lots of ways kids can get involved. Probably the easiest thing is to go and have a chat to their pony club and their pony club representative in terms of how they might get involved. We actually have different levels of pony racing. So we run here the point-to-point pony racing, and that's for kids that are all levels. They need to qualify, so they have a training day, for example. We tend to run them throughout the winter in lots of different areas. Ours is at Craddock Court. And they have to qualify or become, I suppose, safe to be able to ride with us. But actually we also run pony club race days. So at Cheltenham, that's our next one. That is the pony club area race day at Cheltenham Racecourse, which is basically for all children. They can ride in their pony club tack. We have everything from your fluffy 11-hand pony all the way through to your 14-2 thoroughbred.
So those are real taster sessions just to see if you want to get involved more and if you like it.
Yeah.
And you say that's at Cheltenham. When do you know the date of that, or is that to be confirmed?
It is Good Friday. So it's Good Friday. The entries are open now. We've got kind of all levels of races from novice through to open, and hopefully we'll see lots of kids there.
And what age ranges do you work from with the pony racing?
So pony racing is from 9 years old through to 16. So 16 is their last season, and then most of them would then potentially consider going into the point-to-point as a senior rider.
Well, so many riders have gone on from the pony racing to point-to-pointing and then to under rules. I understand there's about 185 now licensed jockeys that have started out in the pony racing. I mean, just to mention a few: Sam Twiston-Davis, Harry Cobden, then you've got Bryony Frost, Holly Doyle bringing up the ladies. I mean, it's such a great sport and really good stepping stone for the young children to be a part of. And in terms of what have you got coming up in the West Mercian area, what races have you got coming up?
Our next race is at Maysmore, so just outside of Gloucester. That is the Gloucester Races, and that's on the 27th of March, which is a Sunday. It's actually Mother's Day. But we do have a family event there as well, so children, you're allowed to bring your kids. Or children, you're allowed to bring your parents. Parents often bring children, but children bring their parents too. And yeah, that's our next race.
Well, what a Mother's Day treat that would be, actually. Go and watch your son or daughter ride in one of the races. No.
Yeah, absolutely.
Brilliant. Well, and I did see Lucas Murphy, winner of one of our races today, carrying an Easter egg. Was that part of the prize, I'm guessing?
It was, yeah. So all the kids get a prize, everyone gets a rosette and a small little Easter egg, and the prizes are kind of trophies and things like that.
Well, that is brilliant. Thank you very much for your time. It's been great to talk to you, Emma, and I hope the West Mercian area is a success, continued success. Continued success.
Thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have a missing dog here. It's a pale yellow Labrador. 3 very helpful community police cadets are looking after it by the declarations tent. So if you find that you've lost your dog, large Labrador with a blue lead, do come along to the declarations tent. Thank you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, while we're waiting for the official weigh-in for our second race, we move on to our third contest, the Ineos Grenadier Mixed Open race, very kindly sponsored by Ineos Grenadier. Runners are as follows: 2, Drakeswell, ridden by Luke Scott; 4, Ennistown, Tommy O'Brien; 5, 50 Shades, Daniel Ellis; 6, Ignore and Sam Whaley-Cohen; 9, Mr. Caffrey, Fred Phillipson-Stowe; 14, Sulu Magic, ridden by Hugh Edwards; and 15, Some Kind of King and James King. 7 runners go to post then for our third race. Once again, a big thank you to our race sponsors, Ineos Grenadier. Wade in, wade in. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the presentation for our second race, the intermediate race. It's very kindly sponsored by the Gray family. I'd like to welcome Tim Gray and family, who's also joined by the Duke of Beaufort, to the winners' podium. They're going to make the presentations to the winning connections of Largy Mountain. It's very well done to our winning owner, Valerie Copper, and also to our winning jockey, James King. Well done both.
Looks like we're on camera. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm now interviewing Fran Post, who's just trained Largy Mountain to win the intermediate race here at Didmarton. You must be delighted.
Yeah, he did that really nicely. He had to step up from last year a bit, but he put it to bed sort of at 2 out and won very well.
So how did the horse come into your yard?
We actually got sent him by Kim and Valerie Coburn. We're friends with Hannah and Ryan Marn. Ryan Marn, very well bought for his parents-in-law.
Yeah, jolly good. Now, he's had one run this season. I thought he perhaps a little bit below par. Am I wrong, or did he need to step up on that?
He definitely needed to step up on it. He probably ended up a bit out of his ground. They went very quick, and he probably just never really got into the race.
Okay, now, Fran, he's won his intermediate. Where do we go now? We're going to be looking at open races, I guess.
Yeah, I'd say so. I mean, we might try in a conditions race or something. I suppose we haven't really got that far yet.
No. Okay. Now, have you got runners up country today?
No, haven't got any other runners. Bar we've got 2 owner riders riding here, and then tomorrow we've got 2 4-year-olds we think a lot of running. A 4-year-old by Soldier of Fortune called Salt Rock, and a proconsul called Mount Bonete.
And these will be running at Charm Park in Yorkshire. So an early start tomorrow.
Early start. Charlie's going to Charm Park, and I'm actually going to Charlton Hawthorne with the other one. So.
Okay, right. And who's riding your 2 horses?
Alice Stevens is riding up in Yorkshire, and James is riding Salt Rock down at Charlton Hawthorne.
Okay, they both win and they both get sold for a good sum. Is that the plan?
Well, that would be the dream, but we'll see.
Okay, well, let's hope they can follow in Largy Mountain's footsteps. Many thanks to you, Fran Post.
Thanks, Carl.
Thank you.
Well, that was Fran Post there, just talking about her winner there, Largy Mountain, to our on-course reporter Carl Evans. But we're now back in the studio here at Didmarton Races, and our third race is approaching. This is the 150. This is the Ineos Grenadier mixed open race. This mixed open Ineos Grenadier, such generous sponsors of the point-to-point series, and we've got 7 horses going to post for this contest. Just looking through the horses that have declared, one that looks of particular interest is Igor and Sam Whaley-Cohen. They have had a good win at Lark Hill. Just had a little below par run, their last run, when they were 5th last time, but they did have a good run at Lark Hill before that. Also have James King. He'll be looking to make a double this time on Innistown. He comes forward on this 12-year-old gelding by Authorised. Had some good form last season. Had a good win in a Facom Hunts Chase. So they could be looking like they could be at the head of the betting. We've also got 50 Shades, a multiple point-to-point winner. One between 2 miles 4 and 3 miles 6. He beat Polydor at Cockleborough in the 3 miles 6 open there. The Lord Ashton Cup. Very prestigious race there, 50 Shades. They'll be looking to win again. So as I say, this really generous sponsored, the Ineos Grenadier. We're very grateful for them, for their sponsorship of this series. And I do have with me at the moment Mr. Dave Axford of Ineos Grenadier to talk about his love of point-to-pointing and to find out a little bit more about Ineos Grenadier and who they are and what they do.
Hello, well, thank you. Yeah, we're sponsoring 16 rounds of the Ineos Point-to-Point series this year. I've just got involved with Point-to-Point this year, so it's been quite exciting to learn about that as we've gone around the country. We're bringing our Grenadier to these events and showing people what it's all about. So we've got 2 here over in the area over there. Come along to us, have a chat. The Ineos Grenadier, really, it's a very strong utility vehicle. It's been designed to work off-road, take you and your equipment wherever you need to go, keep you on the road, basically. It's a very simply built vehicle which will keep things moving for you, make it easy to maintain for you.
So Grenadier, because I wasn't quite sure when I saw Ineos Grenadier were the sponsorship and doing this amazing series what they were, but when I googled you, wow, these cars look fantastic.
They really do, and they're great to drive. We've been doing a lot of work off-road with them, proving where they will go, and they will pretty much go wherever you want to go, but they're also very comfortable as well at the same time. So you don't have to sort of rough it off-road. You can be comfortable off-road. Very comfortable seating inside from Recaro, very great seats. We've got BMW engines up front, keeping the thing moving for you. It's a great tow vehicle, and it will get you pretty much where you want to go.
Well, no, I mean, they look absolutely fantastic vehicles. And how did the Grenadier cars come about?
Sure, so the owner of the company, a gentleman called Jim Ratcliffe, he owns Ineos Petrochemicals. He was a big Defender fan, and when he heard that Jaguar Land Rover were no longer going to make that vehicle, he got together with a group of friends in the Grenadier pub in London, that's why we're called Grenadier, and decided to build their own. And this is the result. Just 4 years later, we've gone from a meeting in a pub to having vehicles in the field here, talking about them. The vehicles are going into full production later this summer in July, and the first customers are going to get their hands on them in September. So we're getting ever closer to seeing them on the road.
Wow, so they're not on the road at the moment, but they will be in September.
In September,
we've got to look out for the Grenadier vehicles, and they're all 4x4s?
All 4x4, yeah. They're designed to get you and all your gear wherever you want to go.
Well, no, thank you very much for your time, Dave. We really appreciate all your sponsorship not only of today but the whole series, and I will be looking at the Grenadier vehicles with a lot of interest.
Good. Well, come along if you get time later. Come along and we'll show you what it's all about.
Brilliant. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Has produced lots of good winners in the past. Hasn't always been a mixed open. In years before, we have had a men's open and a ladies open race. And interesting enough, I was looking through the winners of the various opens before, and back in 1993, a very fresh-faced 23-year-old Alice Plunkett won a ladies open riding Bold King's Hussar. Obviously Alice Plunkett now one of ITV's leading racing pundits and presenters, I should say.
Horse 14, please. Horse 14 to the paddock. Thank you.
Stay on the green one. Stay on the green one if you can. Okay, we're at the paddock now, and the 7 runners for the big race of the day, the Ineos Grenadier Mixed Open, are almost all in the paddock. Last one's coming through. Bottom of the paddock here, looking immaculate as ever, from the Robert Whaley-Cohen stable is Igor. That's number 6, ridden by Sam Whaley-Cohen, won at Larkhill earlier this season, been a little disappointing twice since, but ran in a very hot race at Wetherby last time out when pulled up behind Dubai Quest. On the far side of the paddock is the grey horse. That's number 5, so that's 50 Shades the grey rather than of grey. 50 Shades has certainly been consistent. Won the Lord Ashton of Hyde last time out at Cocklebarrow when Some Kind of King, who's back in this race, was second. Dan Ellis is about to get on board 50 Shades. Number 9 at the top of the paddock is Mr. Caffrey, ridden by Fred Phillips and Stowe. Was a good second at Nightwick early in the season. He's a schoolmaster for Fred, who's having his first season of point appointing. Following him is Igor, and then behind that in the is number 15, Some Kind of King, the mount of James King. Now, this was a talented horse when trained by Tom George a few years ago. He's given a couple of novice riders, Ida Thor, a novice rider, a couple of spins this season, but James was on board when the horse ran a blinder at Cocklebarrow last time, and certainly one to go into the mix now. And those are some of the key horses. Number 4, who's about to leave, that's Ennistown. Very disappointing last time out, but he's a class act on his day and should be followed. And with that, with the horses going down the post, we'll hand over to Darren Owen.
Thanks, Carl. Yes, the Ineos Grenadier Mixed Open race, and the 7 runners about to step out onto the course. First one to leave the paddock was Some Kind of King, number 15. James King looking for a quick double. He's aboard Some Kind of King, who runs in the dark green with the red cross belts. And Some Kind of King is followed out by the grey 50 Shades. Comes here in good form. 50 Shades in the red with the white triple diamond. Light blue colours with the red triple diamond. That's Tommy O'Brien aboard Ennistown, number 4. Igor, number 6. Brown orange sleeves, quarter cap. Sam Whaley-Cohen in the saddle. Sulu Magic, number 14. Hugh Edwards in the red with the yellow stripe, and in the green colours just in behind, light green with the yellow hoop sleeves, that's Luke Scott aboard number 2, Drake's Well. And at the back there is Mr. Caffrey. Mr. Caffrey, number 9, in the navy blue with the white spots, red cap. That's the field, 7 of them making their way to the start for the Ineos Grenadier Mixed Open race, our 3rd race of the day.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's just a reminder to say that the declarations for our 5th race, the Oriental Club Owner Trainer Conditions race, will close in 10 minutes. Declarations for race 5, the Oriental Club Owner and Trainer Conditions race, will close in 10 minutes.
Back at the bookmakers, I'm with Mark Hill. Mark, so it's going to be tight at the top between a couple.
Well, it seems very open, mixed open. 7 to 4, 50 shades, which may be a bit on the short side. 3 to 1 Igor, but 3 to 1 the bottom, some kind of king would be my fancy, really. But as I say, very open race.
Yeah, very open race, very competitive race. Anything to upset the favourite in there, perhaps?
Yeah, I think, yeah, as I say, some kind of king. No, that'll be the only one.
And it's got the right jockey on.
It has. He's looking for a double already, so yeah.
Thanks, Mark.
They're at the post. The runners are at the start for race 3. The flag is raised. About to line up for the Ineos Grenadier mixed open race. Lining up, and they're off with Drakeswell, the first one away from the starter. Ennistown, meanwhile, was the last one. Going towards the first of 18 fences, it's Drakeswell, Some Kind of King, Mr. Caffrey. They're over the first with 50 Shades the Grey racing in midfield in 4th position from Sulu Magic, Igor and Ennistown. And they're moving on to fence number 2, already fairly well strung out. So it is Drakeswell and Luke Scott leading, and is about 5 lengths clear at the second fence. Over it from Some Kind of King and James King, with Mr. Caffrey landing in 3rd. 50 Shades is following. 50 Shades is being chased by Sulu Magic along the outside. Igor second last, and Ennistown is last of all. On towards the ditch. Oh, and Drakeswell has gone. Blunders badly and has unseated the rider. Met it all wrong. Luke Scott is on his feet. So leaving the back straight, and it is now Some Kind of King left in front. Some Kind of King by about 5 lengths. Mr. Caffrey's second place. 50 Shades the Grey up along the inside of Sulu Magic. Igor 3 wide, and then Ennistown last of all. So they're now making the descent to the next fence, and as they do so, Some Kind of King with a 4-length lead. Mr. Caffrey's second, 3 lengths to Sulu Magic, Igor, 50 Shades and Ennistown. So on the approach to this plain one, and it is Some Kind of King. The lead now reduced to about half a length. Mr. Caffrey is close up in second. Sulu Magic third, and 50 Shades, followed over it by Igor. And Ennis Town is last of all. On to the next fence, and there's Some Kind of King, taken on for the lead by Mr. Caffrey. Sulu Magic in the red and yellow colours just in behind them. 50 Shades the inside of Igor's in the brown and orange colours, and the back mark at Ennis Town. This is the 7th fence before the straight, and it was Some Kind of King and Mr. Caffrey who took it together as they turn in. They're followed by Sulu Magic, 50 Shades, Igor and Ennis Town. This is the 8th fence they're approaching, and it is Some Kind of King by a length from Mr. Caffrey. Over they go, Sulu Magic, 50 Shades, Igor and Tommy O'Brien, Ennis Town bringing up the rear. So heading to the ditch, second of the ditches, and it's Some Kind of King from Mr. Caffrey. They're about 5 clear of Sulu Magic, Igor, 50 Shades on the inside, and last of all Ennis Town coming to the ditch. And it was Some Kind of King who touched down with a 1.5 length advantage over Mr. Caffrey, with Igor up along the outside. So they now start the climb, going to the 10th, making the approach to the far side of the course. Some Kind of King has the lead. Some Kind of King who chased home 50 Shades last time. Some Kind of King in front. Over it, with Mr. Caffrey taken on for second by Sulu Magic, and on the outside Igor, and Igor's now moving to second for Sam Whaley-Cohen, and then Sulu Magic, Mr. Caffrey, 50 Shades and Ennis Town. Into the back straight, running to the 11th, and it's Some Kind of King with a 6-length lead over Igor as they go to it. Some Kind of King, Igor, and then Sulu Magic, Mr. Caffrey, 50 Shades and Ennis Town. Ennis Town just being nudged along at the back. Going to the middle fence on the far side. Some Kind of King from Igor, who's about 4 clear of Sulu Magic, then 50 Shades. Mr. Caffrey now drops to 5th spot as they take this fence. And last of all, Ennis Town. Next fence they'll take is the last ditch, and it's Some Kind of King with a 4-length lead over Igor as they make the approach to it. Some Kind of King from Igor, Some Kind of King over it safely. Igor second, Sulu Magic third, and 50 Shades on the inside of Mr. Caffrey. Ennis Town remains at the back, so they're swinging away from the far side. They've got 5 to jump on the downhill run, and it's Some Kind of King and James King with this 5-length lead. Some Kind of King, Igor, Sulu Magic, 50 Shades, Mr. Caffrey under the pump, and then comes Ennis Town. So they go to 4 out, and it's still Some Kind of King from Igor, separated by about 3 lengths, 4 lengths away to 50 Shades, who's now closing in, going towards 4 out, and as they go to it, it's Some Kind of King, Igor, 50 Shades, break then of several lengths to Sulu Magic is out pace than Ennis Town, and Mr. Caffrey has dropped away as Ennis Town makes a mistake there. So they're going now towards the last 3 fences, and it is Some Kind of King in front. Some Kind of King by about 3 lengths, as 50 Shades now is being ridden to challenge Some Kind of King. Coming there in the centre, 50 Shades. Igor is 3 wide and also being driven. These are clear as Sulu Magic, Ennis Town and Mr. Caffrey. So it is Some Kind of King and 50 Shades. They've already met this season. They jumped the second last. Some Kind of King and 50 Shades off the final turn. Some Kind of King is still holding 50 Shades. Igor has dropped away in third, heading towards the final fence. Some Kind of King by about 1.5 lengths. Now 50 Shades has to switch to the outside to challenge. Here's the final fence. 50 Shades right alongside Some Kind of King and 50 Shades. They're having a battle royal to the line. Some Kind of King and 50 Shades. These 2 old adversaries going to the finish. It is 50 Shades the grey with Some Kind of King in the green jacket. 50 Shades and Some Kind of King in a driving finish. And those 2 are clear of Igor and Ennis Town, who'll cross the line together in a disputed third. Sulu Magic and Mr. Caffrey follow.
This is an announcement for Miss Tinsey Littlewood. Miss Tinsey Littlewood, your purse has been found and handed in to the decorations tent.
Okay.
We're on.
Well, we've just seen there the conclusion of the Inos Grenadier mixed open race, and it was a tight finish fought out by 50 Shades and Some Kind of King, but 50 Shades prevailed under a driving ride there from Daniel Ellis to get the better of Some Kind of King and James King. Obviously 50 Shades did win the Lord Ashton Cup at Cockleborough, that classic point-to-point at Cockleborough back in January, beating Some Kind of King. So he's taken his flag down for the second time there, 50 Shades. And Daniel Ellis, a good ride from there. Second, Some Kind of King, ridden by James King. And in third place, Igor and Gold Cup winning jockey Sam Whaley-Cohen back in third. But from about 3 or 4 out, it was just between 50 Shades and Some Kind of King. And it was really exciting watching them come off down the home turn, running down the hill to that last. But both jockeys did a great job of keeping their horses balanced and really flew the last and fought it out to the line. But I say 50 Shades and Daniel Ellis, they take the victory in the Inos Grenadier Mixed Open here at Didmarton Races.
They're coming back into the paddock. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for our winner, 50 Shades and Dan Ellis.
So there we just got the shot of our winner of our third race there, the Inos Grenadier Mixed Open race. It was 50 Shades, ridden by Daniel Ellis, and this horse owned by Mr. Richard Prince, trained by Nicholas Williams in Wales. And we will be coming to the presentation shortly, as we just see the winner's rug there going on. Really grateful for the sponsorship of an Inos Grenadier, the marvellous 4x4 vehicles, that they will be available to purchase in the summer, we understand, and you will see them on the roads from September this year. We'll be shortly going over to Carl Evans, our on-course presenter, to get an interview with the winning rider, Daniel Ellis. It was a good ride there because it was a tight finish. Himself and some kind of King under James King having a driving finish to the line, but 50 Shades prevailed as we see him there just being led around the winner's enclosure. Didmarton Races, it's just so good to be back here after unfortunately last year missing it due to that dreaded word COVID, and isn't it great to be back? The course looks absolutely fantastic. John Tuck, clerk of the course, has done a magnificent job to put underfoot ground conditions absolutely near on perfect for this time of year. So our next race on the card, our fourth race on the card, will be the Novice Riders race. And it looks like it's going to be a competitive affair, but I'll be handing you now over to our on-course commentator, Carl Evans.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, while we're waiting for the weigh-in following our third race, we move on to our fourth race, the conditions race for novice riders. It's a level 1 race, very kindly sponsored by E&S Shops Limited from Malmesbury. Once again, a big thank you to them and to all of our race sponsors this afternoon, without which we wouldn't be able to hold our wonderful sport of pointer-pointing. So, our fourth race, the conditions race for novice riders. Runners are 3, Cage of Fear, 5, Doldizo, 6, Danios, 7, Earl's Hill, 8, Look Now Like Brian, 9, Moratorium, 10, Mr. Love, 12, Robin de People, 13, Rock on Carlos, 14, Sideways, 15, Stacks Mountain, and 18, Very First Time. So 12 runners go to post then for our fourth race. Riders are as follows. Number 3, Cage of Fear, Ellie Jefferson. 5, Doldito O'Alton. 6, Donios and Seabird. 7, Earl's Hill, Miss Burton. 8, looks like now Brian O'Bradford. 9, Nathan Green. 10, Mr. Love A. Weaver. 12, Robin to People, Saskia Jones. 13, Rock on Carlos and S. Malson. 14, Sideways and Daniel Ellis. 15, Stacks Mountain, Miss Jean Oles. And 18, Very First Time, Miss Tiggy Vale Titton. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have one colour change for our fourth contest. Horse number 8 looks now like Brian. He will be wearing a black and red quartered cap. Wade in, wade in. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the presentation for our third race, the Ineos Grenadier Mixed Open Race. Big thank you to our race sponsors, Ineos Grenadier, for their kind sponsorship of our third race. I'd like to welcome the Duchess of Beaufort, who's going to make the presentation to the winning connections of 50 Shades. So very well done to our winning owner, Mr. Richard Prince. Well done, Richard.
5, 15, 4. I don't have that.
Joined by winning trainer Nick Williams, and also put your hands together for our winning jockey Daniel Ellis. Well done, Daniel. Well, ladies and gentlemen, a big well done then to the winning connections of our mixed open race. Big well done to winning owner Richard Prince, to winning trainer Nick Williams, and to winning jockey Daniel Ellis, winning the Ineos Grenadier Mixed Open.
Very busy, yeah. Obviously, the rounds in paddock.
About here,
we're looking that, we're looking that way. That's it, good. I'm joined now by Dan Ellis, who's just ridden the winner of this afternoon's Ineos Grenadier Mixed Open Race on 50 Shades. Dan, didn't he try his heart out?
He always tries to be fair to him. It's never really, I would say, never really like negative thought about him. He just keeps going, he keeps trying. He's just a perfect schoolmaster for a novice like me.
So how many years have you been riding in point to points?
This is my second season now, and it's my sixth win, so I'm out of the novice riders.
You're out of novice now, but this horse keeps trying. Now, in the race, it looked like Some Kind of King was going to make it difficult for you from about 5 out, but you just kept finding.
Yeah, I never really worried, really, because I know the horse, he just keeps trying, gets his head down, he never really stops. So you just keep getting at him, and he just keeps giving to you, and he just tries his heart out.
Yeah, he's been a revelation this season. He's trained by Nick Williams. He was with Christian Williams before that, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was with Christian Williams. Then I used to pony race for a man called Richard Prince, who's in half shares with him now. So if it wasn't for Richard Prince, then he wouldn't be with us.
Well done, Mr. Prince, who does a lot for the pony racing circuit, we know. Dan, you've got a ride in the next race, so we won't keep you much longer, but just tell us a little bit about that. That's Sideways for the same stable.
Again, he's one of Christian's as well, and hopefully he run well today. He got the cheek pieces on, so fingers crossed he should run well again.
Okay, congratulations, Dan. Enjoy your ride. Thank you very much.
Please can the vet come to the paddock? Please can the vet come to the paddock?
So we're just approaching the fourth race on the card here at the Didmarton Races, as jockeys just in the paddock for the conditions race for novice riders, kindly sponsored by E&S Shops Limited Malmesbury. So grateful for their sponsorship. As jockeys now it's a rather nip in the air. They're just getting their instructions from connections. And just see Adrian Wintle just handing out instructions there to his rider. And it'll be interesting to see who is in the betting, who we put up as favourite for this race, as there's some quite good horses in this race. So I'll hand you over now to Carl Evans to get the update on the betting.
Okay, over to the novices, and one obvious candidate here is horse number 8. O'Shan Radford's about to get on board in the black colours with the red cross belts. They've already been successful, those colours, in one of the earlier pony races, trained by David Brace, and number 8 looks now like Brian has been nothing but consistent this season. That's it. Now at the bottom of the paddock is another serious candidate for this race. This is Mr. Love, a first ride on this horse for Aidan Weaver. He's won 2 races this season, Mr. Love, ridden by Murray Dodd. Well, Aidan gets his chance today. Nick Pearce is the trainer, and this horse has had 2 easy wins this season. He is certainly going to make life difficult for looks now like Brian. Was it 13? Number 12. The white cap. Yeah. Number 12 with a white cap at the top of the paddock in the black colours with the red cross belts. That's another David Brace runner. That's Robin Day People, who is being ridden today by Saskia Jones. Was 3rd at Cocklebarrow, and is an obvious one also for your shortlist. And with that, we'll hand over to Darren Owen in the commentary box.
So the runners coming out onto the track for this E&S Shops Limited Malmesbury sponsored conditions race for the novice riders, and out on the course, making their way to the start. Number 13, Rock On Carlos, is in the royal blue with the black sleeves. Mr. Love, number 10, and Aidan Weaver aboard in the claret with the blue epaulets. That's Mr. Love, followed by Stax Mountain and Grace Knowles, number 15, red with the black diamond striped sleeves for Stax Mountain. The 8 horse is Looks Nout Like Brian, has the black with the red cross belts, has the black and red quartered cap with the white cap, same colours on body but the white cap. That's Robin de People, number 12. Following Robin de People is Very First Time, royal blue with the white star, And Tiggy Vale Titterton, that's very first time, number 18. Cage of Fear, number 3, Cage of Fear, white with the black braces. Cage of Fear with Sideways, has the light blue with the white seams and the black cap. Sideways. And Daniel Ellis, and number 7, Earl's Hill, in the black with the yellow disc striped sleeves, Earl's Hill. The grey in the green and red jacket, Doldido, number 5. And the Doldido is followed to post by Moratorium, Nathan Green, in the light green with the yellow hooped sleeves. Very pale jacket, the pink and white stripes of Dunikos, number 6. Dunikos and Carlos Baird aboard Dunikos. So this is the conditions race for the novice riders, kindly sponsored by E&S Shops Limited of Malmesbury. This is race number 4.
Down by the betting ring again with Mark Hill, and this is a very open looking race, Mark. So who's likely to go off favourite?
Well, Moratorium will go off favourite, but as you say, it is a very open race. At the moment, 2-1 Moratorium, 3-1 Mr. Love, 7-2 Stack Mountain, and 5 looks now like Brian. Nothing much for anything else.
Okay. Many thanks, Mark.
So runners at the start, at the post for the conditions race for the novice riders. Flags up. About to make a line for the conditions race for novice riders, sponsored by E&S Shops Limited. Malmesbury coming in. And they're off. Earl's Hill is the first away, followed by Mr. Love. The leaders are chased by Dol Dido. Looks now like Brian Rock on Carlos, and Sideways is moving to a prominent position as they jump the first fence. The back marker on landing there was Moratorium. So making the run now towards fence number 2, and like the first, the plain one, Mr. Love battles for the lead with Earl's Hill in the pink jacket. Dunikos is right there. The grey up along the inside, Dol Dido, and these are being followed over the fence by Sideways, and right there with the leaders is Very First Time. And then back in mid-division, looks now like Brian with Cage of Fear, followed by Robin de People and Rock on Carlos. Moratorium is the back marker at the open ditch. Mr. Love was the one who landed in front. Slow jump there from Earl's Hill. So leaving the back straight, and it's Mr. Love, Dol Dido and Dunikos, followed by Sideways on the inside, and Very First Time and Stacks Mountain. They are chasing the leaders, going over the next fence, and they're just spending a bit of time in the air was Very First Time. Back in mid-division, looks now like Brian, followed by Earl's Hill, ahead of Robin de People, and then Cage of Fear, Rock on Carlos and Moratorium. Going now down into the dip, about to reappear. And making the running as they go towards this next fence is Dunikos. Dunikos now comes through to lead. Dunikos, that's it, from up along the inside, Dol Dido, and right there Stacks Mountain. Mr. Love just drops in behind them, then comes Sideways, looks now like Brian. Earl's Hill's in mid-division with Very First Time as they take the next, and Earl's Hill has unseated the rider. Earl's Hill has gone there. So heading now towards the fence before the straight. Moratorium is still the back marker, and heading towards this next fence is Dol Dido, Dunikos, Stacks Mountain, red colours 3 wide going into it as they take it. Bit of an awkward landing there from Stacks Mountain. Now approaching the turn in. So it is Dol Dido, Stacks Mountain, Mr. Love, Sideways in the light blue colours up the inside. Looks now like Brian is next, followed by Dunikos. Further back to Robin de People, then Cage of Fear. Rock on Carlos is in company with Very First Time as they jump the fence in front of the enclosures, and at the back Moratorium. So going towards the second of the ditches, fence number 9, and quite a bit of a battle on for the early lead in this race, and it's Sideways who's coming through to try and take over now with Stacks Mountain 3 wide, and then dropping in behind these is Dol Dido, followed by Dunikos and Mr. Love as they take this open ditch. Cage of Fear is back in midfield, then looks now like Brian, the black jacket with the white cap, that's Robin de People. Moratorium is next, Very First Time, and Rock on Carlos are the last 2 as they now head up the hill. Going towards the far side of the track, and as they do so, it is Sideways who's up along the inside of Dol Dido and Stacks Mountain, then Dunikos with Mr. Love just in behind them as they take that fence, the uphill fence, going towards the back straight. And it's Stacks Mountain now in pole position with a loose horse up the inside. Sideways is right there in second. Dol Dido is in third. Gap then of 2 lengths to Dunikos, who just about holds on to 4th place. Then Robin de People, Mr. Love, chased by looks now like Brian, then Cage of Fear, Moratorium, Rock on Carlos and Very First Time are the 2 detached. Going to the middle fence over on the far side, and it's Stacks Mountain going along merrily in front. Stacks Mountain by around 6 or 7 lengths to Sideways as they come to it. These are being chased by looks now like Brian, and then comes Dol Dido, followed by Robin de People, Mr. Love, Cage of Fear. Dunikos now retreats. Up along the inside, Moratorium, and the 2 tailed off are Rock on Carlos and Very First Time. This is the open ditch for the final occasion, and Stacks Mountain is the first to leave the ground and first to land. Stacks Mountain Sideways, followed by Dol Dido, leaving the back straight behind them. Then in third is Moratorium. This is the horse who sat last early in the lime green jacket. Moratorium catches the eye making ground with Robin de People to the outside. Going down the hill, 5 out. Stax Mountain the leader, from Doldido in second place, Sideways in third, then Robin de People, Moratorium, Looks Now Like Brian, followed by Mr. Love. Cage of Fear is clear of Dunikos, and the other two, they might be pulling up, they're a long way back. Rock on Carlos and Very First Time. So going on towards the final 4 fences, Stax Mountain is in front. Stax Mountain by about 2 lengths to Sideways in second, and then Doldido in third, are being chased in 4th place by Robin de People and Moratorium, and 3 to jump. Stax Mountain has gone. Stax Mountain's unseated the rider. Very awkward landing. Stax Mountain has parted company with the rider, and that has left Sideways in front. Sideways now by about 5 lengths, being chased by the driven along Looks Now Like Brian, Doldido, Mr. Love, and Moratorium on the inside as they jump the second last, and Looks Now Like Brian has gone. Heading towards the turn in, and it's Sideways the leader. Sideways off the final turn. Moratorium in second place and staying on with Doldido, Mr. Love, and it's Sideways making the run down towards the final fence. Sideways come into the last now with the loose horses around Sideways. Here's Mr. Love with a big challenge on the flat. Just in behind these Doldido and Moratorium. Mr. Love and Sideways. Mr. Love has hit the front from Sideways and going to the line. It's Mr. Love who's really running on from Sideways. Mr. Love, Sideways, and they're being chased home by Doldido, Moratorium, Cage of Fear, followed by Robin de People, who's clear of Dunikos.
Another exciting finish here at the Didmarton races. That was race 4, the conditions race for novice riders, and it was a win for Mr. Love and A. Weaver. Mr. Love trained by Nick and Ella Pierce. Nick himself was a very good jockey back in the day, rode many point-to-point winners, and now looking to train lots of winners too. Mr. Love ran out a good winner just in front of Sideways. Thought it was going to be a double on the cards there for Daniel Ellis, having just won the mixed open on 50 Shades, but that was thwarted by Mr. Love and A. Weaver. A great ride there, but God, didn't that race have some drama in the closing stages. We lost Stax Mountain, who was travelling so well under G. Knowles, but unfortunate unseating of rider at the third last. That then allowed Sideways to take it up, but in behind was Mr. Love, and Mr. Love hit the front and he wasn't stopping. The sun is shining here on us now at Didmarton races as the horses make their way back to the paddock and the unsaddling enclosures. And I'm sure Nick Pierce will be absolutely over the moon with horse and jockey. Trains it with his partner, or wife I should say, Ella. As Didmarton races bathed in sunshine, as the horse is just beginning to make their way back. I'm sure Daniel Ellison will be very pleased with the way Sideways ran. Nick Williams, really good trainer. Brother Christian trains a lot of winners under rules.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, the unofficial result for our 4th race, the conditions race for novice riders. First, number 10, Mr. Love. Second, number 14, Sideways. Third, number 5, Doldido. And in 4th, number 9, Moratorium. Winning distances 1 length and 4 lengths, ran in a time of 6 minutes and 20 seconds.
Well, it was nothing if not a thrilling finish. Here's the runner-up, number 14, Sideways. But put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for the winner of the Novice Riders race, Aidan Weaver and the wonderful Mr. Love.
And then we have the unconfirmed results of race 4, the conditioned race for novice riders, and it was a win there for Mr. Love and A. Weaver in second place. Sideways, Daniel Ellis looking for that double on the day, and in third, Dilditto and O. Ayrton. So those are our first 3 home in the 4th race, the novice riders conditions race.
After his presentation.
As we see there, bathed in sunshine here at Didmarton. It's a brisk wind. Horses unsaddle from our 4th race there. Great to see Winning Connections having their photos there with Mr. Love and trainer Nick Pearce.
Congratulations. Thank you very much. Cheers.
But it was a race that had its dramas. We lost 2 riders being unseated over the last 4 fences.
Another quick word.
Yeah, no problem.
We'll grab you for the prize giving.
I'll stay around, yeah. When they say
We're going to have an interview. Carl Evans will be interviewing our winning trainers, I believe. Over to Carl.
Look that way, I think, Nick. Well, yeah, I'm joined in the winners' enclosure by Nick Pearce, who is a multitasker. Clerk of the course, trainer, assistant trainer, stallion man, he's a bit of everything. But tell us about Mr. Love, Nick.
Oh, he's a grand old boy. We obviously I work for Dan Skelton. We bought the horse at the sales a couple of years ago from Lucy Wadham. He was very well handicapped when we bought him. He won a couple of races over hurdles, and then he got a fairly decent leg injury, had 2.5 years off, and he's now part of the point-to-point group that we have at the yard. There's 3 of them, 3 older horses that live in a pen together, and the young riders, Aidan, Murray and Heidi, come and ride them at lunch break, in their lunch break, and we try and provide them a chance to learn and get some experience.
Well, this horse is the perfect schoolmaster.
Yeah, he is. To be fair, Aidan, he's got a cool head on him. I was saying a few words going to 5 out. I thought he'd sort of let them get away from him, but fair play, the old horse gallops right to the line, which is fantastic to see.
So he's given Murray 2 wins, he's given Aidan a win. I should imagine Heidi's champing at the bit.
No, she gets to keep the ride on Azuri because he runs in sort of ladies type races with lighter weights, so the 2 boys will share him and workbench, and then Heidi will keep the ride on Azuri.
And these young people, they all work for Dan Skelton, who's your immediate boss.
Yeah, I know how hard it was to get going. So we try to provide these horses for them to learn on, get some experience before hopefully they progress to the track, which is good. So,
well, congratulations, you've done a great job of training him, Nick, and enjoy the prize giving. Well done, thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you.
It's your first one. He lives not too far from here either, so it's quite nice actually that he's done it here. So it's
marvellous. Well done. Sorry.
We were following until last night. You were what, sorry? We had a Jack Dobbs filly born before this morning, Alex born the night before. The last couple of days have been very busy.
Right, well done. Yeah.
Good, that was good, wasn't it?
It was, very good.
Well done. Well done, mate.
Yeah, this is about. Yeah.
They'll show.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we move on to our 5th race, the Oriental Club Owner and Trainer Conditions Race, very kindly sponsored by the Oriental Club and Program Kamaga Limited. Big thank you to our race sponsors. Runners are as follows. Number 2, Ancient Empire. 3, Better Days. 5, Boogie to Pieces. 6, Count Simon. 8, Frelea. 9, Gold Mountain. 10, Goose and Maverick. 13, Aussie Thomas. And 15, Top of the Charts. Jockeys are as follows. Horse number 2, Ancient Empire, ridden by Miss H. Flynn. We have a colour change here. Green and jockey will be wearing green and red chevrons with green and red quarter sleeves and half sleeves and a quartered cap. Number 3, Better Days, ridden by Luke Scott. 5, Boogie to Pieces, Miss F. Poole. 6, Count Simon, Dan Keane. 8, Frelea, Bradley Gibbs. Number 9, Gold Mountain and Harry Greasby. Number 10, Goose and Maverick, Miss A. Dando. Colour change here. Jockey will be wearing orange with brown sleeves and orange hooped cap. 13, Aussie Thomas and Scott Melson. And 15, Top of the Charts and Chloe Mills. 9 runners go to post for our 5th race. Wade in, wade in. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a call for William Woodman, who was the jockey, winning owner and jockey of our opening race. William Woodman, please come to the weighing room. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the presentation of our 4th race, the conditions race for novice riders. Big thank you to E&S Shops Limited, Malmesbury, for sponsoring our 4th race. I invite Julia Hoskins to the winners' podium. She's going to make the presentations to the winning connections of Mr. Love. It's a big one to Nick and Ella Pearce, our winning owner, and to winning jockey Aidan Weaver. Well done, Aidan.
You can turn it on. It's on now. that way. That's fine.
To this camera. Hand over to me at the end.
Just a sec, guys. Just go back a little bit. That's good. That's good there. That's good.
So I'm joined here by winning rider of our last race there, the novice conditions race, Aidan Weaver. You've just ridden Mr. Love to victory for trainer Nick Pearce. How did the race go for you?
Yeah, it was good. Like jumped off more than handy, which is what we wanted, and as the race sort of unfolded, we fell back in the field a bit, as we didn't really want. We wanted to stay handy, but you know, we had a few foolers. A lot of the horses got tired, and Mr. Love just stayed on. He's a proper soldier. Like he was a workhorse who keep on galloping, and that's all we did really. We just out galloped everything. So.
And tell me a little bit, and just a little about yourself, Aidan. I understand you work for.
Yeah, work up at Dan Skelton's, work with Nick Pearce quite closely and ride for him a lot. Went to Dan's last year, been riding Poynton since last year, and he's given me this opportunity to ride a winner now, so couldn't ask for more.
So I understand that's your first winner?
Yeah. First winner I've had, yeah, that's right. Only my fourth ride, but first winner.
Well, there we are. Aidan Weaver, first winner here at Didmarton Races. I'm sure it's a name we're going to be hearing a lot more of. I'm now going to hand you over to Carl Evans, who will run you through the runners and riders for race 5.
Okay, in the Oriental Club owner trainers race, and at the bottom of the paddock here is number 13. That's Ozzy Thomas, who must go on the short list. He gave Scott Moulton a really good spin at Ludlow last time out, when 6th in a hunter chase. Nudged a few fences on that occasion, but he's got lots of experience. He's won hurdles and chases. He's run 35 times, in fact. So Scott's on an experienced horse in Ozzy Thomas. At the bottom of the paddock is horse number 8. That's the mare Frelia, ridden by Bradley Gibbs, who's flying in the Jockeys Championship this season. And Frelia has come up from South Wales, where she's trained by Brad's father, David. She was a classy mare in her day, and she won a Mare's Hunter's Chase at Cheltenham, but that was a few seasons ago. More recently, she was 4th to Singapore Saga at Weybridge, and that would probably be good enough to see her go very close here. Number 2, in the middle of the paddock, waiting to be mounted by Holly Flynn, is Ancient Empire. He won twice in Yorkshire for John Dawson's stable back in 2018. Then he joined Richard Pringer, and this is his first start for Holly Flynn. And with the horses going down to post, we hand back to Darren Owen.
Thanks, Carl. So this is race 5, the Oriental Club owner-trainer conditions race, and out on the course, Ozzy Thomas, number 13. Ozzy Thomas in the royal blue, the yellow cross of the rain, the green and white jacket of Gold Mountain, and Harry Greasby aboard that horse, number 9, Gold Mountain. Better Days is the grey. Better Days in the blue colours, dark blue colours with the red star, white sleeves. Luke Scott takes the ride and is followed out by Freelia, number 8, has the royal blue with the red stripe and hoop sleeves. And number 5, Boogie to Pieces, dark blue with the red star. Number 5, Boogie to Pieces. Goose and Maverick, number 10, has the orange and brown colours, ahead of Count Simon, black with the orange cross of Lorraine. That's Count Simon. Top of the charts, number 15, black with the pink star, and Chloe Mills aboard top of the charts. That's number 15, just being preceded there by number 2, Ancient Empire, and Holly Flynn aboard Ancient Empire in the green and red chevron colours. So that's the field making their way to the start for the Oriental Club owner-trainer conditions race, race 5.
Okay, down in the betting ring, and my friend Mark Hill has been having a look at some of the runners and riders. Mark, it seems the mare Frelia is popular.
She is, even money, which looks very short to me, to be honest. Second favourite Aussie Thomas, 3-1 for Scott Nelson, and 4-1 Count Simon. Double figures more or less by those.
Okay. Many thanks, Mark.
The runners are at the start.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, best turnout for our 5th race, the Oriental Club owner-trainer conditions race. It's horse number 13, Aussie Thomas. Been got on to winning groom, Jody Hughes. Best turned out in race 5, number 13, Aussie Thomas.
Flags up. About to line up here. And they're off. So they're heading towards the first of 18 fences. Freely Better Days. They began sharply with Boogie to Pieces. Just in behind them is Count Simon as they draw to the first. Goose and Maverick is next, followed by Aussie Thomas, and over the first fence they go. Gold Mountain is further back from Ancient Empire, and the bat marker is top of the charts. So making the gallop now to fence number 2, and it is the grey Better Days with a half-length advantage going to the next fence. Better Days and Boogie to Pieces. Count Simon, Goose and Maverick all over. Making the run now towards the open ditch at the end of the back straight. It is Better Days, the leader by a length, being followed by Boogie to Pieces, then Count Simon, Freelia, Goose and Maverick and Gold Mountain. And moving away from the fence now, all safely across it. So making the run now towards the turn out of the back straight. And it's Better Days who makes the running. Better Days by about 2 lengths from Boogie to Pieces in second. Count Simon is in third over that next fence. And they are being followed by Goose and Maverick, who's back in mid-division, with Freelia for company, then Aussie Thomas and Gold Mountain. Gold Mountain's currently sitting towards the back end of the field with Ancient Empire and top of the charts. Making the run now to another plain one. As they come to it, it is Better Days and a Boogie to Pieces. Better Days on the inside of Boogie to Pieces. Several lengths to Count Simon. Then Goose and Maverick, followed by Freely, Aussie Thomas and Gold Mountain. Now making the run to another plain fence. And it is Better Days in front. So Better Days on the inside. Better Days with a Boogie to Pieces to the outer. And then Count Simon being followed by Goose and Maverick. Going now towards the turn into the straight. And Ancient Empire is now being pulled up. Ancient Empire is being pulled up before the straight. So it is a Better Days on the inside of Boogie to Pieces as they turn the corner. They're being chased by Count Simon in third place. And then back in fourth position, Goose and Maverick on the inside. Top of the charts making ground. Then Aussie Thomas, Gold Mountain, and now shuffled back to last is Freelia as they come towards the fence in front of the enclosures. All over. Now running up to the winning post with another circuit to go. And taking a bit of a hold is Boogie to Pieces, who's hit the front now. Boogie to Pieces wide of Better Days, and they are chased by top of the charts with Count Simon, Aussie Thomas, Gold Mountain, Goose and Maverick next, and Freelia is the back marker. So Boogie to Pieces and Better Days coming towards this open ditch. And Count Simon's just behind them. So too top of the charts to the outside. Moving on down the hill. About to climb towards the back straight. Better Days, Boogie to Pieces. From top of the charts, Count Simon, Gold Mountain and Aussie Thomas, followed by Goose and Maverick. Freelia is the back marker. Coming on towards this next plain one, the uphill fence, and it's Boogie to Pieces landing in front there. Boogie to Pieces over it from Better Days, and right there top of the charts the outside. Gold Mountain is just in behind them in the green and white. Aussie Thomas, Count Simon snapping at the leader's heels. The last two are Goose and Maverick and Freelia going into the back straight. And as they go down the far side, it is Boogie to Pieces by half a length to Better Days as they approach the first on the far side. Boogie to Pieces, Better Days from top of the charts. Count Simon, Aussie Thomas, Gold Mountain clear of Freelia, and then Goose and Maverick as they go now to the middle one down the back, and it's Boogie to Pieces and similar colours to the outside top of the charts. Count Simon is just in behind them as they come towards this next fence, and top of the charts now will take over. Top of the charts from in second place up on the inside, Count Simon and Aussie Thomas. Boogie to Pieces has dropped off them. Then Gold Mountain, who's being followed by Better Days, Freely and Goose and Maverick, heading now towards the open ditch at the end of the back straight. And at the open ditch it's Count Simon who touches down in front. Count Simon the leader. moves into an advantage of around 3 lengths to Aussie Thomas in second. In the third place to the outside, or dispute a second now, top of the charts. Then Gold Mountain there, clear of Boogie to Pieces. Freelia, Better Days has dropped away. Then Goose and Maverick as they jump that fence, which was 5 from home. And Count Simon's trying to get away. It's Count Simon on the run down the hill from Aussie Thomas in second spot. Then in third place is top of the charts from Gold Mountain. Daylight to the others, headed by Freelia, heading down towards the fourth last fence now, and it's Count Simon coming to it with a really good lead. Count Simon from Aussie Thomas. Count Simon over it safely. Aussie Thomas 10 lengths away. Then Gold Mountain top of the charts, clear of Freelia. Boogie to Pieces has been pulled up, heading now towards the third last. Count Simon is over it and has a really good lead with 2 to jump. Aussie Thomas and Gold Mountain second and third respectively. They're chased by top of the charts and Freelia, heading now towards the second last offence before the straight, and Count Simon is clear of the field and gets to the other side safely. So coming off the last turn, the others are now just jumping the second last. Gold Mountain is currently in second place from Aussie Thomas, Freelia and top of the charts, but the spotlight is on Count Simon heading down the straight. Count Simon coming to the final fence with a commanding advantage at the last and is over safely. And on the run in, it is Count Simon heading towards the finish, well clear. In second place, staying on for second now, is Freelia, then Gold Mountain. They're going to come in big intervals behind, but it's all about Count Simon, who destroys the field. Count Simon has hacked up. Second place will go to Freelia, then Gold Mountain, top of the charts, and these are being followed home by Aussie Thomas.
Well, we just saw there Count Simon winning the Oriental Club Owner Trainer Conditions race, and probably the widest margin winner of today so far. He galloped them silly, jumped from fence to fence. He made a decisive jump at the ditch at the top there, fence 13, grabbed a couple of lengths and then just kept kicking. And the rest of the field didn't see him as Count Simon makes it a win here at the Didmarton races. This lovely big gelding, 8 years old, by Rick Van Winkle. Given a great ride by D. Keane. Second there, top of the charts, Miss C.M. Ellis. And they were a long way clear of the rest of the field. The rest of the field really strung out. Let's just see there now, Count Simon just being unsaddled. It was a race that did change quite a lot running down the back straight for the second time. As the pace picked up, this field began to get more and more strung out. And as I say, it was a decisive jump at that open ditch, the third open ditch on the course at fence 13. Count Simon there grabbed a couple of lengths and just kept kicking and really strung out the field. I'll now hand you over to Robert Bellamy.
A good performance there by Count Simon. Well done to all connections, to our winning owners, Mrs. Lucy Varham and Mr. Robert Varnham, and to winning jockey Dan Keane. While we're waiting for the weigh-in, ladies and gentlemen, I will give you the runners and riders for our 6th race, the maiden race. Big thank you to our race sponsors, Alec Jarrett Limited, once again supporting Beaufort Races. Big thank you to all of our race sponsors this afternoon. Hope you all had a good afternoon. I don't think we've seen a bigger crowd at Didmarton for a very long time. So the runners and riders then for our 6th race. Number 1, Barley Hill. 2, Bellamy's Boy. 3, Boss Baby. 4, Chasing My Dream. 5, Daring Dove. 6, Dusky Mix. 7, For You My Dear. 8, Frankie Faulkner. Over the page, number 9, Friendly Frontier. 13, Lancelot. 15, No Dice. 17, She's My Shadow. 18, Sundawn Castle. 19, The Whiskey Man. 20, Vic the Vandal. And 21, Young William. 16 runners go to post. Riders are as follows. Horse number 1, Barley Hill, Peter Mason. Number 2, Bellamy's Boy, Geoffrey Barfoot-Sant. 3, Boss Baby, Miss H. Tudor. 4, Chasing My Dream, Guy Sankey. 5, Daring Dove, Scott Malson. We have a colour change on horse number 5, Daring Dove. Now yellow and blue Diablo with blue armlets and a yellow cap. Horse number 6, Dusky Mix, James Jevons. 7, For You My Dear, Henry Crowe. 8, Frankie Faulkner, Anna Lewis. 9, Friendly Frontier, James King. 13, Lancelot, Bradley Gibbs. 15, No Dice, Milo Herbert. 17, She's My Shadow, Tommy O'Brien. 18, Sundawn Castle and G. Davis Wigley. 19, The Whiskey Man, Hugh Arkwright. 20, Vic the Vandal and Luke Scott. And 21, Young William, Miss H. Stevens. So 16 runners then making their way to the parade ring for our 6th and final race, the maiden race, very kindly sponsored by Alec Jarrett Limited.
Well, an exciting concluding race. This maiden race, the biggest field of the day. 16 runners going to post. And it looks like there's some really nice young horses in the field. Will we have another Santini? Only time will tell. As I'll now hand you over to Carl Evans, who I believe has got an interview with Winning Connections.
Well, he's come all the way out from Guildford in Surrey today with his horse, Robert Varnum. Well, that was a bit of a shock, wasn't it? Or maybe not to you?
Well, no, he's had one chase at Punchestown and he won that easily. And he beat the horse he beat his weight to 138 now. But he got fed up with racing, so he's only 80% fit really. And he was told to give him a nice run around and let him enjoy himself. And if he's in with a chance, not to knock him about, just to see if he can do hands and heels and win on him. But he put it to bed a long time before that.
Yeah, he's certainly won very easily. Now, he's come from Gordon Elliott's stable. I'd like to know, Robert, how you managed to sneak into that wonderful establishment and find this talented horse. How did it come about?
That's down to the wife. She went to Doncaster and he was on the list. We thought he'd be too expensive, but we picked him up for, I think it was 4.5, which is a very good buy.
That's a very good buy, and of course he's won very nicely today, won the Oriental Club race. Where are we going to see him next? Any thoughts?
His next race is at Parham. He'd be hot favourite for that, I should think, after this. And then we're going to give him probably the whole season pointing, and maybe go to Stratford at the end of the season for a hunter chase.
Okay, we're about to be run over by horses here, but if we stay calm, it might not happen. Robert, just finally, how many pointers do you train? And I gather you've got a day job as well.
Yeah, I run. Well, me and the wife, we've got a cleaning company. We run that, so we talk about 18 staff and we keep on top of all that. And then me and the wife look after 4 pointers and a couple of our foals and a few other horses. So we're busy. Yeah. We start at 6 in the morning, finish at 10 at night, but it's worth it.
It's well worth it when you have a winner like that. Congratulations, Robert. Wonderful. You've come a long way and it's paid off. Enjoy the presentation.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Robert.
Well, that was great to hear from Robert Varnum, winning trainer of our last race. He trained Count Simon, but also Count Simon with his wife, Lucy Varnum. So congratulations to them for having a winner here at Didmarton Races. We now move on to the final race of the day. This is our maiden race. It's the biggest field of the day with 16 horses going to post. We've got some lovely looking 4- and 5-year-old horses in the field. The question is, will any of them be able to replicate what Santini did here? We saw him earlier when he paraded with the hounds. He won here in 2017 with Will Biddick on board. The next year he went to the Albert Bartlett at the Cheltenham Festival and finished 3rd there. And in 2020 he finished 2nd in the Gold Cup behind Album Photo. So we've got some lovely young horses in the field. Carl Evans will be joining us shortly to run through them as they walk around the paddock. As Carl has got a very good eye, and I'm sure he will be able to help you pick out the winner of this last race. 2020 winner of this maiden race. We had 2 divisions that day, and it was the Division 1 was won by Tom Malone's Mill & Ford, ridden by William Biddick, and the 2nd division was ridden by Smoking Pigeon, Mr. Nick Phillips on board, owned by the Kilkenny Partnership. Both those horses have gone on to run very well since, so it is a race that throws up some good horses, and I always think Didmarton's a very nice track for these young maidens as you jump off and have the first 3 fences in a straight line, that 3rd fence being the open ditch, but just you've got enough space, especially in a big field with 16 horses, to find a bit of space as a rider, get into a rhythm and give your horse plenty of light to see the fences.
Wade in.
Then after jumping that 3rd fence, that open ditch, they make the left-hand turn. Then they start running down the hill. And it's sort of a run down descent. Yes, they run sharply up before making the turn into the home straight. Running on down the hill to the last fence. Or what would be the last fence on the next circuit. They then jump fence 9. That's the open ditch at the bottom of the hill before They've got the long busting run up the hill and round the top of the course again. And that's where we start to see the racing starting in earnest, running down that back straight for the second time. The screw begins to get slightly tightened up and we start to see horses dropping off the pace. It's going to be an interesting affair with 16 runners when they're walking around the paddock at the moment.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the presentation for our 5th race, the Oriental Club Owner and Trainer Conditions Race. Big thank you to the Oriental Club and Procam for their very kind sponsorship of the race. I'd like to welcome Beaufort Hunt Chairman Bobby Faber to the winner's podium. He's going to make the presentation to the winning connections of Count Simon. So very well done to our winning owners, Lucy and Robert Varnum, and to our winning jockey, Dan Keane. Well done, Dan.
Okay, we've got a big field of maidens to complete the day here at the Duke of Beaufort Point to Point. And an interesting horse is going along the top of the paddock now in the blue rug with the initials FAN on. And that is number 19, the Whiskey Man, who was ridden by Harry Arkwright. Was beaten favourite at Larkhill last time out. Been placed in point of points in Britain and Ireland, and that experience could be useful in this race. Horse number 1 at the bottom of the paddock is Barley Hill, the Gloucestershire farmer Pete Mason. So a few of you all know the jockey. The horse perhaps less well known. He's a 9-year-old maiden. He's had a couple of bits of form, needs to step up. Number 7, standing in the middle of the paddock, is For You My Dear, who's come down from the North Shropshire, ridden by Henry Crowe. Henry's father, Alistair, was twice a British champion. I'm sure Henry would love to emulate him. Not a bad run at Sheriff Hutton a couple of runs ago last season, but another horse who's probably going to have to find another gear today. Number 21, going up the hill on the side of the paddock, is Young William, the mount of Heidi Stevens. This is the horse's first run in a point-to-point, been third in a hurdle, but was well beaten on that occasion. Another one needs to dig deep in its reserves today. In the middle of the paddock, being saddled by the inestimable Fred Hutsby, is Vic the Vandal, ridden by Luke Scott. He's a 9-year-old, he's yet to win. He's running point-to-points and hunter chases, but he's got experience. Fred knows the times of day. Probably not one to ignore. Number 3 at the bottom of the paddock in the green sheet is Boss Baby. She's come across from South Wales, where trained by Jonathan Tudor, and she's ridden by John's daughter Harriet. This is the first run for the stable. It was formerly trained by David Gibbs, who trained Frelia in the previous race. Unfortunately, this mare couldn't win under David's very good son Bradley Gibbs, was second 3 times. Now it's Harriet's turn to see if she can turn the mare into a winner. And at the bottom of the paddock is the grey, and I was mentioning Bradley Gibbs there. Well, he trains this horse. She's My Shadow. Although Bradley's not riding her because she's a 4-year-old and she's only got 10 stone 7 on her back, so Tommy O'Brien takes over. She's by Jetaway, who's a very good sire. The dam was placed over hurdles and on the flat. Brad is a genius at training these youngsters, so she has to go on the short list. That's the grey mare, She's My Shadow. Number 15, No Dice has just had the rug pulled off at the bottom of the paddock. No Dice is the mount of Milo Herbert. This horse is having his first run for Nicky Shepherd. Was previously trained down in the West Country by Neil McLean, but Nicky has now taken the horse on for an ownership involving Jim Squires, well known for his fence building and his work as clerk of the course at Chadsley Corbett and various other tracks, of course, and Milo. They share the horse equally. Jim's the owner, but in fact Judith, his wife, paid the bills, so she tells me. Anyway, No Dice ran well when fourth, representing Miranda in a bumper at Lark Hill. This is his first chance to show whether he can jump a fence. And one more for you before we hand over to Darren Owen, and that's number 13, who's at the top of the paddock. That's Lancelot. Finished nearer last than first in 5 races for the wonderful Sir Mark Prescott on the flat. But he's a son of Camelot, this horse, a very good stallion who is getting his success with jumpers. And Bradley Gibbs has a habit of turning base metal into gold. He's riding Lancelot, ex-flat racer. What's he going to find over jumps? And that gives you a rundown on some of the fancied runners in the maiden race, which is our final race on the card. We've been dry throughout. It stayed that way, which has been wonderful. And with that, as the runners circle the paddock, we'll be handing over for the final time today to Darren Owen.
So the runners now leaving the paddock for the final time today. Race 6, the maiden race, kindly sponsored by Alec Jarrett Limited. Big field of maidens to go to the start this time. So let's have a look at them as they go to post. For You My Dear in the light blue and red chevrons, being followed by Chasing My Dream. That's number 4, Chasing My Dream. Very dark colours there for Chasing My Dream. The grey and the orange jacket. That's number 6, Dusky Mix. Dusky Mix followed by Young William. Young William and Heidi Stevens in the navy blue and yellow diamond jacket with the red sleeves. Young William is ahead of the Whiskey Man and Harry Arkwright. The Whiskey Man is in the pink and purple diamonds with the white sleeves. Barley Hill, number 1. And Peter Mason, Barley Hill, red-green sleeves, being followed by Boss Baby, has the yellow, white, chevron green sleeves. Boss Baby number 3. And Harriet Tudor aboard Boss Baby. Light blue and the yellow of Daring Dove, who is alongside of No Dice in the dark green. Frankie Faulkner, red and yellow hoops. Lancelot in the grey jacket. And Friendly Frontier, black and white diamonds. Sundawn Castle, red and white quartered silks, is being followed by the red, white and blue of the grey She's My Shadow, and Tommy O'Brien aboard She's My Shadow. Bellamy's Boy in the blue with the yellow diamond and red cap, ahead of Vic the Vandal, and Luke Scott aboard number 20, Vic the Vandal, who has the black with the cerise hoop. So that's the field, big field, making their way to the start for the maiden race, kindly sponsored by Alec Jarrett Limited.
So, down at the betting ring for the final time today. Last time, the marvellous Mark Hill, with his knowledge of this game like no other, is going to run through the prices on what is a very open and competitive maiden race.
Very open. In fact, 4 to 1 the field. Can't find a favourite. Friendly Frontier, the Whiskey Man, and that may just have been backed into favourite now. Boss Baby number 3. Also, perhaps money for number 8, Frankie Faulkner. But wide open, Carl.
There's a nice grey filly in this, She's My Shadow. Any money for that from Brad Gibbs?
She's My Shadow is one of the 4 to 1 joint or second favourites, and his other runner Bradley is about 6 to 1 Lancelot.
Okay, so very open. If you had to have a farewell drink on this race, Mark, where would your money go?
I have no idea.
Join the rest of us. Well done, Mark. Thank you.
The runners are at the start, at the post for race 6. starters on the rostrum. So they'll be lining up shortly for our final race of the day. Runner's just taking another turn. Flags up for the Alex Jarrett Limited maiden race. Young William is some way in front of the others. And they're off. And it is For You My Dear who makes the early running with the Whiskey Man. Boss Baby is just behind them as they charge the first fence. They clear the first now. Victor Vandal to the outside and Frankie Faulkner to the inner. And right there is Barley Hill, Dusky Mix, Chasing My Dream, Young William. She's My Shadow is next, followed by No Dice on the inside, Friendly Frontier. Further back to Daring Dove, followed by Lancelot. They jump the second fence now. Lancelot made a small error. Bellamy's Boys second last, and Sundawn Castle is the back marker. For You My Dear and the Whiskey Man are the front two as they go towards the open ditch for the first occasion. Frankie Faulkner's just in behind them, then Boss Baby out wide, followed by Barley Hill, and then Chasing My Dream as they move away now from the open ditch. Young William in midfield with No Dice, and these are being followed by She's My Shadow in the red, white and blue jacket, followed by Daring Dove, Victor Vandal, Friendly Frontier, and Sundawn Castle is some way back as they jump this downhill fence. Friendly Frontier made a mistake. Bellamy's Boy is the back marker. On the run downhill towards another plain fence, and it is For You My Dear now being joined by Boss Baby in the yellow and green colours to the outside as they reappear now to head towards this next plain one. So it's For You My Dear, Boss Baby and Barley Hill, and then the Whiskey Man, Frankie Faulkner. Chasing My Dream is just in behind them, and then No Dice followed by Daring Dove. She's My Shadow further back to Victor Vandal. Going on down the hill towards another plain fence, Lancelot's 3/4 the way down the field with Friendly Frontier. They stream over that one. Bellamy's Boys second last, and Sundawn Castle is the back marker. Coming on towards the 7th, Boss Baby and For You My Dear. Barley Hill 2 lengths away, then the Whiskey Man, Daring Dove, Young William. Frankie Faulkner's in the mix there. Chasing My Dream is following as they jump that fence. Lancelot is out wide. She's My Shadow is following back in about mid-division as they turn the corner. Then Victor Vandal, Friendly Frontier. The last two are Bellamy's Boy and Sundawn Castle as they now head towards the 8th. Right in front of the enclosures, and it is Boss Baby in front by about a length. Boss Baby touching down in front there, being followed by Barley Hill, and right there is Daring Dove. That one is prominent. No Dice taking closer order, so too Young William, the Whiskey Man. For You My Dear still on the premises, as is Chasing My Dream, then Frankie Faulkner. Further back to She's My Shadow, and then Dusky Mix, Lancelot, Victor Vandal, and Bellamy's Boy, Friendly Frontier, and the back marker Sundawn Castle. The leaders now rise at the open ditch. Mistake there from Lancelot, and now they move down the hill, going towards the far side on this last circuit, and it is No Dice now nipping up the inside of the Whiskey Man, and right there still is Boss Baby. They're the leading wave. They're being followed by For You My Dear, Chasing My Dream. Barley Hill is still there on the outside, but they're very well bunched as they jump this plain fence, and moving away from it, going towards the top of the hill, and it is the Whiskey Man, For You My Dear on the inside, and right there No Dice, Chasing My Dream. She's My Shadow is in the mix. The one really out of contention is Sundawn Castle, so going down the far side, and it is For You My Dear now regaining the advantage. For You My Dear jumping this plain fence, so with the Whiskey Man right there, so too is Young William and Barley Hill as they go now towards the middle one down the back. Young William, we've had several different leaders in in this contest. Young William could be the latest. Young William now just about in front as they go to it. Right there is the Whiskey Man as they jump this fence there. The Young William landing up along the right at the back. Daring Dove has gone. Vic the Vandal has gone. So going now towards the final fence down the far side. This is the open ditch, and it's No Dice, Young William, and right there to the outside, Barley Hill. Also there, the Whiskey Man. For You, My Dear, Chasing My Dream, She's My Shadow, Boss Baby, Bellamy's Boy. Moving away from the ditch, Dusky Mix has been pulled up. Going now towards the downhill run. They've got 5 to jump, and as they go down the hill is Barley Hill, Young William. These two being followed in behind them by Chasing My Dream, and then the Whiskey Man and Bellamy's Boy. Right there's two is, as they make the downhill run, No Dice going towards the last 4 fences. Barley Hill is the leader. It's Barley Hill now by about 3 lengths. Going towards the 4th last, the cavalry closely grouped. Bellamy's Boy coming with a run. Right there is the Whiskey Man, Young William, Chasing My Dream, and No Dice. And over that fence, but the Boss Baby was the one to go. Boss Baby's unseated the rider. Going towards the 3rd last, and it is Barley Hill in front by about 3 lengths. Barley Hill from No Dice and Bellamy's Boy. Chasing My Dream up the inside. Lancelot's getting into the race. The Whiskey Man is under a ride. Several lengths to Young William, and She's My Shadow. Barley Hill chased by Bellamy's Boy. Lancelot, No Dice, and Chasing My Dream. That was the 2nd last fence jumped off the final turn. Barley Hill from Lancelot off the last turn, and it is Barley Hill, Lancelot coming there between horses. Is No Dice, Chasing My Dream. Bellamy's Boy's in the mix as well. Here's the final fence then, and at the last, Barley Hill, Lancelot, and as they go now under 4 of it, the last was Chasing My Dream, and it's Lancelot and Barley Hill, and Lancelot's trying to assert close home. It's Lancelot going on by a couple of lengths from Barley Hill and No Dice. Lancelot the winner. Lancelot wins. No Dice and Barley Hill dispute it for places. They're followed by Bellamy's Boy, and they are clear of the Whiskey Man, and they're probably going to be the only other finishers.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, the unofficial result for race 6, the maiden race, very kindly sponsored by Alec Jarrett Limited. First, number 13, Lancelot. Second, number 15, No Dice. Third, number 1, Barley Hill. And in fourth, number 2, Bellamy's Boy. Distances 2.5 lengths and 1 length, run in a time of 6 minutes and 30 seconds. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a call to any riders here this afternoon that might well have taken the wrong jockey's licence out of the weighing room. Fran Poole has lost her riding licence. Please can you check that you've collected the wrong one and to return it to the weighing room. It's Fran Poole's riding licence. Please check you have picked up the wrong licence.
So, final win of the day, coming back to the winners' enclosure. Hands together for Bradley Gibbs and Lancelot.
So we're just going to grab a quick word with Bradley Gibbs after his quick win there on Lanzarote. Bradley, you're getting a lot of plaudits for the way you rode that race. Did the race run to how you thought it would?
Yeah, he's very keen at home. He's ran on the flat and he's good to jump at home. He made a few mistakes today, but I just wanted to drop him out last and just hunt away with him because I knew when he hit the front, he does it at home. When he hits the front, he just pricks his old ears, and that's why I waited till last minute with him. And even going down to the last upsides in front, he'd pricked his ears. But no, we were delighted with him. Mr. and Mrs. Castle sent him to us a couple of months, 3 or 4 months back, and just asked me to see what you can do with him, and if you've got an owner for him, sell him in the yard. But got to the stage where we didn't have an owner, and Mr. Castle said to me, he said, just get a hunter certificate, and he said, let's just run him. So that's what we've done today. So it's big thanks for them to sending him to me.
Because not only have you ridden it, but you've trained the winner as well. I mean, what a feat. And in terms of rides for tomorrow, obviously you're a busy man chasing the Jockey Championship. Where are you tomorrow, and have you got a good book of rides?
I'm riding tomorrow at Bangor. I've got one in the Maiden, and I've got another runner in the bumper, which that's got 10 stone 10, so unfortunately I can't do the weight.
Well, brilliant, and congratulations on your winner. We'll go and let you weigh in. That was Bradley Gibbs, winning rider and trainer of the Maiden here on Lanzarote.
That's right.
Yes, please.
How did you come by Lanzarote?
Oh, we've read him.
You read him? You read a lot of horses?
We've read a few, yeah.
Okay, so
How do you pronounce your name? I'm on.
Sorry.
How do you pronounce your name?
Oh, James. If we stood... Oh.
So I'm joined here by winning owners of Lanzarote, who's just won the maiden in emphatic style, Mr. and Mrs. Castle. Tell me, how did you come by owning? And what is it like to win a race here at Didmarton Races? Is it a special feeling? How does it feel?
Well, the last time I came here, I rose the second in the open race on a horse called the Dickler.
Of course, the Dickler, who was second here in 1969, I believe, and then went on to win the Gold Cup in 1973. So did you own the Dickler or just ride the Dickler? You just rode him. Well, there you go. There is a feat. Sort of, not only have you ridden winners here, you now have owned a winner here of the maiden race here at Didmarton. Congratulations to you both.
Let's hope this one's as good.
Well, wouldn't that be good? If we saw Santini earlier today, and let's see if your horse Lanzarote can follow in the Dickler's footsteps.
Correct.
We hope so.
Thank you very much.
Wade in, wade in. Okay, we're away. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the presentation for our sixth race, the maiden race, very kindly sponsored by Alec Jarrett Limited. I'd like to welcome Stuart Jarrett, whose family and himself have been sponsoring this race for the best part of 30 years. A fantastic achievement. Stuart, you're a staunch supporter of racing here at Didmarton. You're going to make the presentation to the winning connections of Lancelot. So very well done to our winning owners, Mrs. Castle, and to winning jockey Bradley Gibbs. Well done, everybody.
The results of the 200 Beaufort Club are £100 to the first prize of Penny Pierce of Didmarton, and then £20 for the next three for Mike Pike from Shurston, Sarah Newman from Robbourne, and Alison Wyndham from Tetbury. Well done to all those prize winners. And furthermore, the result of the Beaufort Hunt raffle, which has been drawn this afternoon, and the first prize of £1,000 goes to Meg Stratton, and second prize, a microlight flight, goes to Steve Gregor, and the third prize, badminton horse trials tickets, go to Martin Barrow. The other 17 prizes are all listed down at the raffle tent, so they will be all there for everybody to see. And thank you all very much for your support in this.
Call for Carl Evans to come to the weighing tent, please. Carl Evans.
I'll come out of the way, then you won't have a shadow.
Okay, cool. Christopher, if you're ready. Okay, cue chaps. Go.
Well, all of our viewers, I hope you've enjoyed the live streaming here this afternoon from the Beaufort Races here at Didmarton. We've been privileged to a fantastic day's racing. A little bit cold, it's remained dry, joined by Ben King. Ben, you've done a fantastic job filling us in with lots of background information. But the main sport of the day, we've seen some really good finishes and some good action.
Oh, it's been a great day's racing. For the 75th year running here, I mean, the racing has been spectacular. I think the highlight of the day for me was definitely the first race, the hunt race and subscribers race there, seeing Will Woodman and Fly West cross the line in front. He works so hard. He tries to keeps his weight down. He has to lose about 3 stone, and I saw him afterwards, and I think he says he's going to be retiring after that. All he wanted to do was ride the winner, and it was so good to see him ride that winner today.
I couldn't agree more. We're privileged with 3 very competitive pony races to start with. I mean, I think we're not privileged to having the professionals photo finish kit, but I think the judge would have probably deserved to have a proper professional photo finish today, because we've had some really tight finishes, which is great. Just shows how the whole thing is so competitive.
Oh, definitely. I mean, just the pony racing there, I think we've got some really talented young riders coming through, and that's what it's all about, getting these children involved, getting them enjoying the racing, and hopefully we'll see them out here pointing, and then you'll be announcing them on the race course.
Won't be long. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you've enjoyed the coverage here from Beaufort Races. It's a very chilly but a very good afternoon's racing. A big thank you and good evening from Ben and myself.